Excellent, excellent. Well, welcome one and all to a debrief session that's been a bit of time in the making, in the coming of it. That is, I've been busy doing other things, is why it's taken so long. Plus, I didn't want to sit through this by myself and do a response video to this one by myself. So I thought, well, who better than former fat girl Nicole, no longer fat girl Nicole? How are things?
Good. Yeah, I'm excited for this one. I kind of reacted already to the shortened version. So, yeah, I actually haven't seen the whole thing, so I'm excited to run through it and actually hear what you have to say.
Excellent. Well, also, by way of caveats to all of this, before we get started, people need to know I have not sat through this video. I do not know what's coming. Well, I do, because I know who the combatants are. I know who both of them are. And I have heard tell about how it went. But I have not seen it. So all of this will be raw. As it happens, this will be my responses off the old cuff, as you were. Also joining us today, apparently joining us today, is His Eminence Lord Edward of the Yellow. But I have not seen Ted since before the camouflage training this morning. If anyone knows where Ted might be, please let us know. Ted is currently AWOL. For the life of me, I can't find the boy. He's not even over on his console twiddling his knobs like he normally does. It's incredible.
Holy moly.
Holy moly moly. Yes. Hey, do my sound effects work? We didn't check that beforehand. What if I do this one?
Oh, the little birdies.
That's crickets.
Oh, little crickets.
Yes. Yes. The other thing we should do is we should I forgot that at the beginning. Now it's done. Okay. We can stop playing with the toys, as it were. I don't know where Ted is. As I said, he's usually the one that's playing with all the toys. So, I don't know.
You mean the one that's on your lap?
Ted, there you are. I did not see you this morning since the camouflage training. Hello, boys and girls. Yes, it's Ted. Right. Should we make some progress on this video? So I think that's caveats out of the way. I think we know what we're up for here. I'll get your take on what you've seen of it in a kind of brief, overarching, introductory way in a minute, Nicole. But I'm kind of thinking, I'm projecting, number one, that Matthew Nagra will be offensive because he doesn't know how to do anything else. There will be a bunch of unsupportable pseudoscience, cause and effect claims that can't be made, propaganda, solipsistic and sophistic mechanisms and interjections. Matthew Nagra is one of these boys who hangs out with that group of boys that are so sexually attractive that they spend a lot of their time sitting around together in a basement talking about how to do debates. They mass debate furiously, these boys, as a whole, all of them. So he's one of those. So yeah, and pseudo logicians. These boys think themselves logicians. They're actually pseudo logicians. Anyway, we can deal with that point wise as we go through. It is a very, very long video, staff. So if you do need to leave early and you have a signed permission slip from Lord Edward of the Yellow or any of the other senior meat militia officers, then you may, of course, sneak off. But do catch up for homework with the remainder at some point. Pretty much, yeah. That's what I'm ready for. I'm ready to deal with some absolute nonsense from a solipsist, sophist, pseudo-logician, anti-scientist, basically, who will present himself in nothing but an aggressive and offensive fashion. We'll see. we'll see. Maybe I'll be disappointed in that regard. Nicole, what did you think of what you've seen of it? What's your overarching before we get into the actual, well, let's do it then?
Yeah, so Lauren, what's her name? Lauren Kennedy, Lauren Knight. She
Mm.
moderated. I honestly think she was pretty silent the whole time, at least the portion I saw, which was really annoying because Dr. Nagra kept talking the entire time. He would ask a question, Dr. Chaffee would try to answer, but Dr. Nagra kept interrupting, like he was talking the entire time. Um, but at the same time, he presented a lot of studies, but apparently Lauren didn't have the studies or the information that Dr. Chaffee sent her, so he was kind of at a loss to start. Like he wasn't as prepared or didn't have a chance to be as prepared as Dr. Nagra. So his performance was a little on the low side. But yeah, Dr. Nagra was very aggressive. Wouldn't let Dr. Chaffee talk, kept interrupting. It was very, very frustrating to watch. You're muted.
Good.
There you
Yes.
go. Hi.
Hi. Thanks for joining us here at Amateur Hour. Yeah, no, I was just saying, well, hopefully, that being said, we can get through all of this without Ted's head exploding, because Ted gets a bit antsy when this kind of thing goes on. So you just behave yourself, Ted, and we'll get through it. All right. So is that enough pleasantries? Shall we kick off? Shall we see where it goes? The plan was to go through the whole thing so that we can't be accused of editing anything or cutting out anythings really. So start to finish, all 2 hours and whatever of it, and it's going to take us a while to get through that if we all live that long.
Yeah, I prepared for a few hours, so I say get a glass of water, buckle up, and and let's hang out for the next few hours.
All right. So Nicole, if you'd like to bring up the doings onto the old what's it? There it is. Yes. Fine young people, all of them, aren't they? Let's see how they do. Right, kicking off.
All right, guys. So super stoked to have you both on here, Dr. Chaffee, Dr. Nagra. Thank you both for agreeing to have a debate and a conversation really about a lot of different topics going around. Dr. Chaffee, you are a proponent of the carnivore diet / lifestyle. And Dr. Nagra, you're a proponent of being vegan, the vegan lifestyle / diet. What I'm hoping we can start with is just kind of all of us agreeing, as we already just did, to kind of the rules where we're going to go. I'll state the question. You guys will state your stance on it. The other person will state their stance on it. And then from there, we're just going to have an open conversation about what each other says. And then after that, we'll move on to the next topic.
Right. So Nagra is nodding his head in agreement with those rules at the outset. She has just said she will ask the questions. They will each have a turn to answer the question, and pretty clearly interjection was disallowed by that rule.
She also didn't enforce the rule very well.
Right, exactly. So that's not great moderating. For those that don't fully understand, a debate is an interaction between two individuals or two teams of individuals who take contrary positions on a pre-agreed moot point, which has to be worded in such a way as to be, this is supported or this is rejected. The rules have to be agreed upon and they need to be enforced. Otherwise, it's not a debate. It turns into a propaganda session, which is exactly what Matthew Nagra wants, because there's no way he can support his position with science. Anyway, Nicole, any thoughts on that immediate observation?
No, like I said, she laid out the rules. Anthony Chaffee followed the rules, but she didn't, enforce the rules throughout this entire thing. So as you'll soon learn, the rules were not followed.
Mhm. Excellent. Well, that's not ideal. Okay, right. What's next?
Sound good?
Sounds
Cool.
good to me.
Right, everybody
Right on.
agrees.
Okay, so why don't we start with both of you guys giving just a quick, bullet point layout of who you are and why you're credible to speak on this approach to life. So, Dr. Nagra, why don't we start with you?
This will be interesting because actually neither one of these gentlemen has what we would classically call credence to speak in the field of nutrition science. Neither one of these individuals is a scientist or has ever been a practicing scientist undertaking research and publishing in the journals. Those are the people who are actually, in my mind, competent to comment on that body of literature. Being able to read the words in a paper does not make you a competent consumer of those words or commentator on that science. And as such, I don't think people who are not qualified to do that should really be doing so. What they can do is talk about their personal experiences, both clinical and or whatever else they might be that's relevant, I think. But I think all of this citing citations at each other thing is a bit futile in the face of actually neither one of these guys is a scientist and could engage with any of the papers that will probably come up in this debate with any degree of competence. And as such, what you've got here is two guys with two opposing viewpoints on a given issue. One of these guys, however, has built that opinion from a standpoint of logic and reason, and the other one has built their standpoint from the Church of Pencil Neckery and from a theological standpoint. So really, this debate is pretty much pointless before it gets going, other than as a way to get views. Pretty much like this stream. Hey, Nicole, what the hell is cash in? Cha-ching!
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm always up for an interesting reaction, but yeah, I'm curious because Dr. Nagar pulls up a bunch of studies. Anthony Chaffee unfortunately doesn't have that opportunity because things happen, which he'll get into. But I can't wait for you to kind of dismantle the studies that Dr. Nagar puts up.
So that's the first solipsistic misdirect technique that these clowns, these boys that like to spend time in one of their mummy's basements together, this is what they will do. They will fire at you 100,000 billion citations, none of which actually establish the point that they are suggesting that they establish. But it's this whole begging the question formal fallacy, whereby the assumption is the largest volume of citations to literature without any analysis of that literature at all wins the day. You win the day by citing more things. No, you win the day by making the argument that is unassailable. And Matthew Nagra can't make an unassailable argument on his theological standpoint. I should also, before we move on, clarify and make clear and patent my absolute and complete professional respect for Anthony Chaffee as a colleague influencer, as a bloke I like to think of as a friend these days, and also as various other connections going on as well with crazy green pills and things like that potentially. So, this is anything I say that might seem critical at all of Anthony Chaffee. I don't mean that. I think he was not prepared, probably, from what I've heard so far, having not seen this. But my thought process is that he probably didn't know what was coming, didn't know who Matthew Nagra was and how he was going to approach things. Anthony Chaffee showed up for a discussion, I think, and Matthew Nagra showed up to derail people's attention from the objective reality in which we find ourselves. See if I'm wrong. Anything further before we move on, Nicole?
No, I'm good. I'm ready to roll.
Excellent. Yes, we should make some progress, shouldn't we? Shut up, Ted. You've been talking too much. Goodness me.
Yeah, so I'm a naturopathic doctor in Vancouver, BC, out in Canada. I have been out to Perth, though, Anthony. I know that's around where you're based. Back in 2009. Record summer, by the way. It was like 45 degrees or something.
Okay, so throwing out a little olive branch before he starts being his usual self, it's just so two-faced. It's unbelievable. If you're going to be rude and disrespectful to someone, you might as well do it from the beginning. Hey, Ted.
But I am, yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, so I've been plant-based. I've been vegan for about 12 and a half years, started shifting a bit. Prior to that, I had certain, health issues when I was younger, overweight, asthma, and so on. And I did see, large improvements. And that's what ultimately got me interested. Of course, from there, I did more. Yeah,
right. So he alleviated the Randall cycle issue that was causing those problems for him in the first instance by going vegan. And so at the cost of alleviating that issue, which you can also alleviate with the carnivore diet, he also gets all the secondary effects of being a vegan, which are all patent, obvious, and clear for anybody with two eyes or even one, and at least one working ear as well. Or indeed, if they don't have any working ears, they can lip read. So, good. Have we included everybody? Make sure nobody's excluded or feels excluded. Right. Good.
Research and went through school, got a bachelor's in microbiology, took additional nutrition classes, and just kind of continued on from there. And I use nutrition a lot in my practice as well, largely dealing with people with cardiometabolic diseases or cardiometabolic risk factors and helping them improve those.
No such thing as a cardiometabolic risk factor. That's a buzz term. It's a term used by both the scientific fraternity and also by the allopathic medicinal and allied medicinal fields fraternities as well. And fraternities is a very misogynistic term, isn't it? We should call them peepernities. Or does it exclude super intelligent shades of the color pink? I don't know. Yeah, so risk factors. Risk is a cause and effect statement. Let's cover this right here and now before we even get into the debate, because it shortens the whole debate hugely. If you say risk without qualifying that, what you are asserting is to the person or persons to whom you are speaking at that time, you are asserting that a moderation of the behavior that they are talking about will net a reduction in your risk, your odds of a thing occurring to you or not occurring to you, or a severity of, depending on what kind of data it is. That is a cause and effect statement. Because any study or any observation made on any group of people is relevant to that group of people at that time under the circumstances that those people were living at that time. It does not project what will happen in another group of people at any given time in the future. Neither is it anywhere near being able to assert what happens to your risk, Nicole, if you change your behavior in respect of eating plants or not. There is no cause and effect mechanism established by the science, backed up with some mechanistic studies that prove the mechanism, and then look at the observation out there and see whether it pans out. Ergo, there is no evidence on which to say cause and effect, that any food or any dietary pattern of any kind has any effect. There are associations that we can look at, and most of them are pretty dodgy for various reasons, which I guess we'll get to if he wants to start bringing up some papers, if I ever stop talking and let him get to it, perhaps. So I just wanted to clear that up right away. Risk, no. Cause and effect statement. Where is your cause and effect data? No. All right. Anything, Nicole, on that?
I'm good.
Excellent.
I've also been a contributing author, or rather a scientific like fact checker for The Proof is in the Plants.
So that's a form of peer review. But okay, so what?
Best-selling book out in Australia, as well as a contributing author to Professional Health nutrition textbook. And here to discuss.
Textbooks are great, but they're not peer-reviewed science. They're somebody's opinion that gets published by a publishing house.
My views on nutrition. So there you go.
So, I mean, what I suggested about neither of these gentlemen being involved in science, the delivery of science, peer-reviewed outputs and peer-reviewed journals, that's what I mean. Sure, each of them has written things variously in various places, but that actually doesn't make you a scientist. Doing science makes you a scientist.
Awesome. Thank you. And Dr. Chaffee.
Yeah, well, I'm an American medical doctor. I currently practice in Perth, Australia, as Matt said. So I have been researching diet and nutrition for, well, really about 25 years. I started studying nutrition in my undergraduate degree in Washington. I studied nutrition. I had got my degree in molecular and cellular biology, and that culminated in a medical degree after that. Since then, I have found that nutritional interventions are extremely potent, as you have as well, and that whatever we're eating, we're doing it wrong. And people are getting very sick and they're getting unwell. And so some things need to be changed. And so I've taken quite a lot of time looking at research and different studies and pieces of evidence to try to figure out what we are biologically and what we're biologically designed to eat and what would be the most healthful way to eat. I think there's an absolutely huge array and gambit of different things that we could eat and be relatively healthy. The predominant diet at the moment is very unhealthy. And so I think that that's, no matter what we do, I think we need to change that, and we need to go into a direction of a different direction than we're going now. So I am a proponent of a carnivore diet. I feel that just is biologically what we're designed to eat. And I think that is the most healthful, but I don't think that's the only healthful diet. There's certainly a wide array of people that can be extremely healthy on different diets as well. So I do that personally because I find that that's best for me, and I use that in my practice quite a lot, and I find this is very beneficial to my patients as well. But I certainly don't think that this is the only thing. I mean, I have vegetarian patients, who for religious reasons, they're like, look, I just can't. I can do eggs, that's it. It's just like, okay, we'll work with that and do the best we can with them. So that's my position anyway.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
yeah,
just a spot of common ground, if I could say, I think we both agree that the predominant Western diet, so to speak, at this point is not the best. So it's nice to start off with a point of common ground.
Another classic technique there. So first of all, pretend like you're going to be friendly. Second of all, talk about common ground. Third technique, start going bam and drop the blitzkrieg, the shock and awe. And do it with a smug look on your face. Is the technique.
I mean, both vegana, as you say, and carnivore, both of them are elimination diets. Like, the thing that they both have in common is that they both eliminate the processed garbage foods. So that's why both ends of the spectrum feel immediately better. But the difference is you don't have to take 30 supplements eating predominantly meat like you do a wheelbarrow full of plants. But that's another thing that both of these gentlemen, Chaffee and Nagra, have in common. They both eliminated processed foods and are doing the ultimate elimination diet. Just one is more nutritionally beneficial than the other.
Exactly. So really, at the end of the day, that's what we're looking at here with this whole theological divide between those from the Church of Anorexia Vegana and those who undertake a species-appropriate, species-specific, highly carnivorous diet, is that both diets alleviate the problems largely caused by this diet in the middle, the standard diet that most people are on, and as such both appear to be indicated and healthful, except one of those diets has a track record where 84% of people who ever try it quit within 5 years, and 90% of those people cite catastrophic health failure born of nutrient deficiency as their reason. The other one doesn't have that issue because it is a species-appropriate, species-specific diet informed by our anthropological past, our genetic gift in that regard, our organ systems, our physiology, everything is geared towards the carnivore diet. The few vestiges of vegetative style diets from circa 5 million years ago that exist still in human beings are there precisely because of a lack of negative selection pressure to wipe those things out. Oh, amylase though, we've got amylase. Well, tell me why that would be knocked out. What would be the disadvantage of having amylase available should it be needed? There isn't one. No, oh, we haven't got sharp, pointy teeth like this. Yeah, but we do have thumbs, brains, language, the ability to fashion tools like sharp, pointy sticks. We can throw rocks and make noise. And actually, if we get clever, we can string the guts of an animal across one of those sticks, put another stick across that, and fire it with some velocity into the, you know.
We also have protease and lipase. So what's the point?
Well, exactly. Yes. I mean, again, and you can look to the cave wall paintings and see how many bands of early hunting humans were diving headlong at woolly mammoths with their mouths open, with their sharp, pointy teeth, like that, you know.
Or
Anyway.
have blenders of green smoothies on the cave walls.
That's it. Exactly.
Just want to say thank you so much, Baddest Cat. I appreciate you. Welcome back. Welcome back. I got something for you. I think if I can find it.
Lovely. The other thing that I haven't seen for a while, or many of you may not have seen for a while, is this thing.
Oh, if you're playing the song, we can't hear it.
I'm not playing the song. I didn't dare.
Okay.
Right. So anyway, all the usual characters are in play today. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. We're never going to get through this, are we, Nicole?
we're like not even 5 minutes into a 2-hour.
Yeah. Right. Go.
There's something in common. Brings about another question that I want to bring and circle back to after we get to these ones. So we'll see how quickly we go. But the first one it's pretty straightforward. It really is. What are humans biologically and evolutionarily designed to eat? And pretty straightforward question. That's not a matter of just maybe what we like, what tastes good, and all that. But what are we designed to eat? So we'll start there. Dr. Nagra, if you want to start first on this one.
Sure. And with regard to biological adaptations, I mean, we have adaptations to carbohydrates. We have 10 to 20 times the amylase gene that our Neanderthals.
Bam. I have not seen this before, and yet I knew exactly where the boy was going. It's almost as if I can preempt these guys, because pretty much they all repeat the same message.
But do they not know why we have more amylase? It's because we're eating more carbs, and now we need all that amylase to break all those carbs down. So if we eat less, we won't have as much amylase. We'll have more lipase and protease. So I mean, they just don't understand how it actually works and why we have more amylase.
Or possibly even closer to the truth, in my understanding of truth, is that actually these are cultivated propaganda messages, because these guys, as I say, spend a lot of time in dank basements together. They have the same pseudo-logical structure. They have the same way of building this argument. You know exactly where they're going before they even go there. I allude to amylase because I know he's going there first. Bam. Incredible. Anyway, Carry on, boys and girls.
It's all
And
cousins,
attack
for example.
helicopters and super intelligent shades of the color green.
But at the end of the day, I don't see why having adaptations to a certain food or a certain dietary practice means that it's best for us long term. And to understand,
Antagonistic pleiotropy. That's the next point he'll bring up. Good. Of course, we know that's coming. I'll deal with that when he does actually bring it up explicitly.
that, let's just talk a little bit about how natural selection works, right? We all have genes. We pass down our genes to our offspring, our children, and those who reproduce more are going to end up spreading their genes more. And throughout evolution, genes that help us get to that point of reproducing are the ones that are passed on. Genes that don't necessarily help us get to that point eventually get weeded out of the population. A great example.
Right, so negative selection pressure would be a gene that would tend to kill a person or lead to a person dying before they reach reproductive sexual maturity. Okay, that's fine. No problem with that, Matthew Nagra, but that's partial information. It doesn't provide the totality of what people need to know to understand how selection pressures work. Because as well as negative selection pressures, there are also positive selection pressures. Things that lead a gene to be more likely to be passed on, either directly through physiological means, or perhaps indirectly, which I'll get to if I need it.
Of this not necessarily leading to good long-term health is sickle cell anemia. So if we look at areas where malaria is endemic, sickle cell anemia actually helps protect against malaria. So kids won't die at very young ages due to malaria infections, but they can run into complications long-term, like cardiovascular complications beyond the reproductive window.
Right. Okay. So you've got this thing that's positive at one stage in your life and negative later on. This is the thing that I was referring to called antagonistic pleiotropy. And there are examples of it, and Matthew Nagra's just given an example of it. However, the reason that that level of adaptation versus negative outcome later exists in that population is because if you take that gene alteration that leads to the sickle cell trait and you take that out of that African population so that none of them have got that, then how many more of them die of malaria? That's why it's there. There's a positive selection pressure on it being there. Later in life, that can lead to problems for people with sickle cell. Absolutely. But on balance, in this context, nature has determined through multiple throws of the dice over generations that this is the balance that is best conduced to the survival of the species in that zone where that's in play. Does that make sense?
Before we continue, I do want to get your thoughts on this, address this. Corn star, what's going on? But the body makes fat, so is it necessary to consume? Like glucose, we don't need it. So there's 4 macronutrients. Alcohol technically is its own macronutrient, but we have proteins, fats, carbs, right?
Yeah.
Out of the 4 technically macronutrients, carbs and alcohol are the only non-essential. Fats and proteins are essential, meaning we need to get them from the foods we consume. With proteins, there's 9 of the amino acids are deemed essential, meaning we need to get them from the foods we consume. As far as cholesterol, yes, our liver can take the various particles from the foods we consume and make cholesterol. But as far as our bodies making fat like glucose, it's not the same. But Bart, what are your thoughts on that?
The reason that we say that fats are essential, it doesn't mean that all fats are essential. You can live for a significant period of time without taking in a huge amount of fat total. So long as you cover off the essential fatty acids. There are a number of essential fatty acids that you must derive from your diet because you cannot metabolically produce those yourself. The same is true of protein, as Nicole's just outlined very well, I think. of carbohydrates and alcohol. Well, alcohol is completely unnecessary in the human diet. I know, wash my mouth out. Carbohydrates is the same because there are no carbohydrates the body cannot, well, there are no carbohydrates the body requires that it cannot synthesize itself. That's the difference. It's quite clear. Yes. Okay, right. Well, how are we doing? We're 6 minutes in. Woo.
I need a beer.
And so there's no good reason.
A beer? Yes, everybody needs a beer.
Michael Greger, I need a Bud Light.
And if you don't eat your fruits and vegetables, you might die. Ted, that's a very good impersonation of Dr. Grigor, isn't it? I mean, not Dr. Grigor. Okay. Focus. We have a task here, staff.
In my view, to think that even if we had adaptations to eating meat, that it's necessarily going to lead to good long-term health. And what I ultimately care about are those long-term health outcomes. Does it lead to a lower risk of, cardiovascular disease?
No, it doesn't. I can answer that question right now. And we'll get to it when we get to it as well. Again, he's begging the question. He's coming from the standpoint that he's already decided in his mind that he can establish a causal relationship between meat and or fat and, for example, heart disease, which he cannot do. There is no evidence to support that causal claim which exists. So all he's going to be able to do is throw his solipsistic nonsense around and misdirect and interject and, blah, 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 and actually not behave in good faith with the rules of this debate that he agreed to not that long ago. So the other thing is that we're just left to assume there that are we done with antagonistic pleiotropy now? Just mention that it exists, and ergo that means that your case is made here, again begging the question that eating meat is going to somehow shorten your life or health span, which he can't establish as a fact. The other side, of course, of that is looking at the positive selection pressures, which seem to be ignored. The role of genes are to be passed on to the next generation. Their sole purpose, their sole reason for existing is so that we can bring forward the next generation in combination with somebody else's genes. So therefore the species can evolve over time. So any gene that leads to either a person dying before they reach sexual maturity, or indeed a tribe of people who are ill-equipped to deal with the world in which they find themselves practically and are wiped out thusly, that means those genes will be just as gone, doesn't it? Yes. So, in two otherwise similar groups of humans, hominins, whatever, living in the same area with the same sorts of resources, etc., one of whom has a genetic propensity for living into their 80s. The other one having a genetic propensity where they die around 40. If they're not killed accidentally, eaten by a lion or whatever, they reach their full, potential under their lifestyles at that time. Which of those two bands of humans, if they're not communicating with each other, which of those two bands of humans is most likely to survive hard times on the basis that they have older individuals amongst them who have been there before, had that experience and wisdom and knowledge, and can say to the younger ones, this is how we get through it, and survive and not be wiped out by this? Well, obviously, it's the group of people with the older people amongst them that will be equipped to survive the world better. And as such, that's why our genetic lifespans are so long, for precisely that reason, clearly, because we can pass our genes on at 15, 16 years of age. What's the point of living to actually our genetic potential, which seems to be around about somewhere between 120 and 150 if we just get out of our own stupid way? Well, that's the reason. Knowledge, experience, wisdom that we can pass on to the young people, that is a tool that makes our survival more likely, thus the genes more likely. Antagonistic pleiotropy. Oh, great. You're sure it exists? Absolutely. Nobody's arguing otherwise. But give us the full picture, as I have just done, I think. I hope that explanation makes it clear why antagonistic pleiotropy is a load of rubbish. What do you reckon, Nicole? Have I covered that off well enough?
Yeah, I think you're good. I was watching a chat and they want us to have a drinking game. Every time Dr. Nagra says risk, take a shot. I think I might be trashed like halfway through if we did that.
I think we would be accused of promoting very unhealthy behavior in that case. Under no circumstances, staff, should you be taking a shot every time Matthew Nagra says risk in a completely inappropriate and unsupportable scientific manner.
It is a
Anti-scientific manner.
macronutrient, so you want to make sure you get your macros in.
Well, that's it. If it puts your macros, all calories are the same, aren't they, Nicole? Good. Right, let's do this.
All-cause mortality, premature death, essentially. And just to highlight some of the data on that, I mean, we have food groups and the risk of all-cause mortality. We see
No, we don't have anything that informs us on risk. There you go. There it is. No, risk is a cause and effect statement still. It requires controlled experimental data collected on human beings who are controlled and observed under the proper and appropriate disciplines of science. Associative studies are just that. They report on associations. And often the associations that are reported in these studies are not actually associations of one thing that was observed versus another thing that was observed. Often what they do is they take the observations that they make in such studies that are not controlled and they adjust the outcomes and report what they adjust. They massage the data around to suit their ideology, their theology. It's incredible. A scientist controls the situation before collecting data, collects data under appropriate control, and then reports what they observed. That is the scientific process. These clowns collect data without controlling anything, ergo are therefore unable to inform on cause and effect, risk, hazard, or anything connected to that. And rather than even reporting what they saw, they say, well, here's what we saw, but never mind that. Let's report something that we want it to be instead by putting in various basically arbitrary adjustments by way of multivariate regression. It's criminal, basically. Anyway, what is he going to say about this data? What he should say, if he were competent and actually talking about science, he should say basically what I've just said, which is this is an associative data set. It does not inform on risk, hazard, cause and effect. In fact, it does not inform on anything other than a fantasy, an adjusted data set. That's what he should say. I don't think he's going to say that, though. Let's see what he does say.
that whole grain consumption, higher whole grain consumption, lower risk. Refining.
No, see, there you go. Cause and effect statement. If you, Nicole, if you eat more grains, your risk of heart disease is thus affected by your behavior. That is cause and effect. Do we have an experiment to back that claim up? No, sir. No, madam. No, shim, sure, him, hey, they, fee, fi, fo, fum, or attack helicopters. No. No data exists that can inform us on risk. False, Matthew Nagra.
Grains, not so much. I don't advocate for that. Vegetable consumption, higher intake, lower risk. Fruit
No, same argument.
consumption, nut consumption, legume consumption.
So every one of these claims that he's making, same answer for every single one. No. No, adjusted, so a fantasy, not cause and effect data anyway, ergo you can't talk about risk. Done.
Whereas on the flip side, eggs, dairy, red meat, processed meat, and sugar-sweetened beverages, of course, I don't advocate for that.
Why, of course, don't you advocate for that? Beverages, like soda, sure. But why lump those together in the same sentence, other than because it's propaganda, with meat, animal fat, and those kind of things? And also lumping together meat in its natural state with meat that has undergone some form of preservative treatment that may or may not be particularly conducive to health long term. Again, it's begging the question fallacy. It's just he's setting up a propaganda and not actually giving a space for someone like Anthony Chaffee or someone like myself to come in and say what I've just said here. We need a pause button to achieve this. Blah, 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 blah. Finished. Blah, 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 blah. Nicole, I'm doing that to you. Go on, say something.
Let's continue. I'm getting drunk.
Fish consumption, on the other hand, seems to be quite protective.
No. See, protective is another cause and effect statement, so no false.
If we also look at biomarkers, so this isn't based on dietary intake. This is
right. So now we're talking about second proxy measures, which again is begging the question fallacy, because if you look at, he's got lipoproteins up there, isn't he? I can't really see it. It's too small on my screen. So is he looking at LDL and whatever else there?
I can't make out not even one thing on that.
Okay, neither can I. Whatever it is, he'll say it in a minute. It'll probably be lipoproteins, because that's the next part of this illogical rant that they'll put together, these guys, which again is just begging the question, because again we are left to assume that they are correct about their assertion that cholesterol causes heart disease. And look, this makes cholesterol worse in that regard. Ergo, what are you carnivores talking about? Ha ha ha, aren't I clever?
Based on actual markers of intake of whole grains and nuts in particular. Enterolactone, a product that ends up in our blood after we consume lignans in those foods, those with the highest concentrations have a 30% lower risk.
No. Association. Healthy user bias, uncontrolled, adjusted. It's somebody's wet dream, this data. It's a little fantasy. I tell you that these boys sit around furiously debating en masse in the basement, in their mum's basement. They really do. It's incredible. They cannot get this simple concept through their head. Every scientist worth his or her or them, they, them, whatever else, anyone, any scientist that's any good, will tell you that association cannot inform on causality. And then they'll turn around and say risk, 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 risk. Well, whose risk? Nobody's risk, because this data collected on these people at that time doesn't project necessarily data collected on any other group of people at any other time, as we've already kind of outlined. It talks about what happened. Well, it doesn't, because it's adjusted. Before it's adjusted, it talks about what happened in those people at that time, and then they adjust it so that, in fact, it becomes something that belongs in the fiction section. No, Matthew Nagra, fail again. So that's not going to work scientifically. That is unacceptable to talk about risk unless you have an experiment that establishes risk. That'll be a mechanistic study. Do you have one? No. Goodness.
Of all-cause mortality and a 45% lower risk of cardiovascular disease.
Nope, same argument.
Mortality. If we look at long-term randomized controlled trials in the form of...
Okay, the two very high on the list of words misused by so-called scientists and those reporting on what they've said in the peer-reviewed literature: randomized and controlled. There are very few studies that actually exercised anything like adequate control, let alone decent randomization. Also, issues become power in such pseudo-clinical studies, i.e. the number of subjects, because these studies cost a lot of money. So often they're small scale and not particularly statistically powerful. Signal to noise ratio in various outcome measures, the use of proxy measures, and begging the question fallacies like, let's look at second, because I mean, the other thing is, if you're going to experimentally do a study on someone's longevity, you have to keep them in that lab until they die to be able to inform on that without it being confounded by the myriad milieu, if you like, of factors that confound and play into someone's life expectancy, hard health, baked outcome, rich tapestry stuff. So these will be studies, if they are even pseudo controlled pseudo clinical styles with some form of randomization, you will find that they'll be on proxy measures, not hard health outcomes. Yes, incredible. So what we've got is pseudoscience on one extreme, the epidemiology, and pseudoscience on another extreme, the so-called mechanistic stuff that's done in labs. What's missing from the argument from the vegans that would back up their point would be everything in the middle, the actual science that would do the job. I hope that's kind of clear. What do you want to say, Nicole? Say something.
Yeah, I mean,
Our own diet.
kind of like you, I disagree with everything he's saying, and I just want him to prove his point and move on to Dr. Chaffee.
Right, good.
Heart study, the main dietary changes, the statistically significant changes, were more bread, more fruit, and of course the bread was mostly whole wheat in this case, more fruit, more margarines, less butter and cream, less meat, and less delicatessen, which is like meat and cheeses, and a 70% lower risk of all-cause mortality.
No, not risk, because there are still no studies that inform on risk, so wrong again. Have another shot, those of you that are playing that ridiculous, silly game. And, you know, the thing is confounded entirely by a thing called healthy user bias. Because people who generally tend to listen to messages to eat the way that Matthew Nagra has just been talking about are also people that think themselves ever so clever enough to be socioeconomically in a position where they do all sorts of other things which are actually demonstrably clearly better for their health than others who might ignore that kind of so-called advice. And as such, then they can say, oh, look, these people that eat that way die sooner. Well, maybe it was because they also smoke more, drink more, listen to too many YouTube videos where people say risk and have to drink too often, that sort of thing. I am not advocating for that silly game. Stop it immediately, all of you. Silliness. Yep, okay.
See, that's really small. It says 0.3 right there in the bottom right. And so when we're looking at the long-term health outcomes amongst people actually living today and you're following them over time, we
Blue zones, though, is that his next argument?
see consistently that they end up doing better the more plant foods, at least those healthier plant foods I highlighted, not so much the refined grains and
oh, well, hang on. So now you're taking a select group of plants and associating health outcomes with that without control, which is still nonsense, and suggesting, or just leaving people to suggest, oh, there's proof then, eating plants, whichever ones Matthew Nagra says are the good ones. That's the way to go, because he said so just then. Good sciencing. No proof's been supplied of anything yet, though, has it?
Coca-Colas, the better off they end up doing. So I think that would pretty much be it for my sort of opening.
All right, so he presented, he stated his theologically held belief structure, which is that he thinks eating plants and not eating any animals at all is good and healthful and indicated and ethical, and you two should be doing that, and why aren't you? He put together the classic pseudoscientific argument, which contains absolutely no scientific proof of anything whatsoever, and really hasn't achieved anything by so doing.
Whole grains decrease the risk. Also, I'm like, grains are like the most highly inflammatory thing you can eat. I think grains are like worse than eating a string bean or an asparagus. Like, grains are so terrible and damage the heck out of your lining in your colon. And he's over here saying that it decreases the risk of cardiovascular disease and all this stuff, and promotes wheat bread over white bread. While wheat bread technically has less sugar than white bread, it doesn't mean it doesn't have the same effect on the human body, because at the end of the day, sugar is sugar. Your body doesn't care where you're getting the glucose from. Glucose is glucose, sugar is sugar. So his arguments are just terrible, and actually make no sense to human biology and physiology.
Correct. Good. Right. More progress.
And so, Dr. Chaffee, before you go, really quick, just your stance then is that plants, 100%, like mainly plants, is the way to go.
So Yes, in that, whether you're eating, say, 85-ish% to 100% plant-based, generally very, very healthy, whether or not there's,
Okay, so that's an opinion because we haven't seen any proof of anything.
some small degree of benefit if you waver slightly to the right or left of that 100%. I haven't seen good.
No, you must follow all the rules to the letter. It's a military discipline. Should you fail to do so, Ted will be around to collect your cards, and he will bring with him his small guillotine and also the bucket containing the soapy frogs and the wetsuit with the bottom cut out of it. Also, he will be bringing with him the rampant wild beast. Are we clear, everybody? There is no room for individuals here. This is it, Ted. I am kidding, of course. But clip that out and use it to your heart's content out of context.
Clip that out. Sean, make a short on that clip.
That's it. Yes. Right. Carry on.
Evidence of there being a significant difference.
Significant difference. Significance talks about statistical significance of a difference between two mean values and two data sets. The way to make a smaller and smaller and smaller actual difference between two numbers significant is to have more and more and more subjects, a larger sample size. Statistical significance says nothing whatever about clinical utility. Is the difference, however statistically significant you like, is the difference we're talking about meaningful to a person over a 100-year lifespan? And invariably, with these epidemiological prospective cohort studies, even after they adjust and piss around with it and make it look as tasty as they can, the answer remains no. Not meaningfully different. Even if it was a causal relationship, which it isn't. Still, it's incredible. Right. Let's hope Anthony Chaffee gets to state his case.
So I would say diets like the Mediterranean, DASH, portfolio, or a strictly exclusive plant-based diet as well can fit into that mold. But I'm not talking about the Oreo cookie potato chip diet, right? I'm specifically talking about this healthier iteration.
Healthy vegan is good. Again, begging the question that any such thing exists long term. It doesn't. It's still vastly, hugely nutrient deficient. It's destitute of nutrient for humans over a long term. So ergo, there's no such thing at all as a healthy vegan diet. And that was all his opinion.
As I've outlined.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Dr. Chaffee, what about you? What is your stance on what are humans biologically and evolutionarily designed to eat?
Thank you very much. So is it possible to share screen?
Yeah, you just click share, bottom middle.
Yeah, so I think that it does matter biologically what we're designed to eat and what we're evolutionarily designed to eat for the simple reason that after 2 million years of adaptation to a specific food group, the likelihood that you have carried over or developed sensitivities and damage from that food group is extremely unlikely. I can't think of a single example in nature where you can take an animal that eats naturally in its wild environment and that's not the healthiest thing for them to eat. There are signs at the zoo that say don't feed the animals because if you eat something that they don't eat in the wild, they get very, very sick. And that's the same with at parks and so on. And we know this in animal husbandry and livestock or just veterinary medicine, that if animals eat outside of their evolutionary past, they will get very, very sick. And the reason being is that they're not designed. They're not designed for it, so they're not going to have the bioavailability. They're not going to be designed to break these foods down and get their nutritional resources. And there may be toxins in the different plants that they eat. We have a capacity to break down certain things, but not a complete one. This is where inedible plants come in, which is the majority of plants on Earth. So this is a concept that we understand. And so if you're not designed biologically to eat a certain food, that can instill harm to varying degrees. And so it is important. The idea that we would be better off eating something that we haven't eaten even 50 years ago. A lot of the food that we eat now didn't exist 50 years ago. Even the vegetables and fruits that we eat have been thoroughly bred and changed from their original form as well. And so the idea that we're biologically adapted to things that we really haven't eaten until very, very recently, I'm a bit skeptical of. Biologically, animals tend to adapt to their environment and adapt to their food source. And so as I'll share the screen here. Okay, so this is a study that came out of the University of Tel Aviv that showed that all the available evidence showed that humans were hypercarnivorous apex predators for at least the last 2 million years.
Right, so stable isotope testing. Bam. That's what we did eat. That's what was selected for. Traits that were not helpful in that respect were selected against, and that includes dying early, because if we had died early, then our elders wouldn't have been around to pass on the knowledge and wisdom to us to get us through some of the things that we would not otherwise have survived, and we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, and the
We
other
are
thing I
not-
would add is, yeah, we were hypercarnivores, which means yes, we did have carbs and tubers, berries, all those things. But the difference is, the grains we eat today are not the same as we ate hundreds of thousands of years ago. And the same with the berries and all that. They've all been made to be higher in sugar, taste sweeter, and just genetically modified and sprayed with all kinds of garbage. So like, yes, while we ate, and I mean, I eat berries and stuff now, but while we did eat those things, even the meat we eat now is different. They drain the blood before it hits the shelves. The vast majority of our animals, at least here in the US, aren't fed their natural diet. So I mean, the food's different, but I do hear a lot of vegans saying, we are the gathering, we ate the nuts and seeds and berries and all that stuff. Yes, but you have to understand that the stuff we're eating today is not the same. They didn't eat broccoli. That doesn't naturally occur. That's all man-made stuff. And the berries, it's all genetically modified. The blueberries and strawberries weren't nearly as big and sweet as they are today. So it's just complete night and day difference. Even the grains are night and day difference from today to hundreds of thousands of years ago.
Yep, absolutely correct. Yes. Current so-called plant-based so-called foods are not representative or anything remotely similar to what existed in nature. Cool.
So that is, just looking at the evidence there, and if you speak to different, sorry, I'm just having difficulty with the share screen thing here.
It was working.
And so, did you guys see that? Did that come
Yeah,
up?
it was up
Yeah,
there. It was up there.
Okay, perfect. So, if you speak to different paleoanthropologists and archaeologists, they will tell you that this is what the evidence shows, is that people have been eating meat, if not predominantly meat, sometimes even exclusively meat. Think about in the ice ages. When the ice sheet started coming down, the fossil record shows that people are actually moving up away from the equator and into the ice shelves. So there really isn't any plants available then. So predominantly what they're going to be eating is meat. And that is, I had another point there, but that is the idea that we have evolved to eat meat and we're biologically adapted to it. If we weren't able to survive solely on meat, then we really wouldn't be doing very well through the ice ages. We had the Inuit in northern Canada and Alaska. When eating their normal diet, they are actually quite healthy. And there are many studies looking at this over the course of the 20th century that early on, they have pretty low prevalence of disease, heart disease, cancer, diabetes. And as the decades go on, as they're becoming more incorporated into Western society, those rates go up and up and up. But even as far as 1996, there was a study out of Canada that looked and found that even though the Inuits, previously called Eskimos, the Inuits start smoking at very early ages, sometimes as on average as early as 8 years old, that their heart disease rate was actually quite a lot lower than the rest of Canada. And they thought maybe this was a genetic factor. So they looked at all their genes and said, okay, maybe they're genetically designed to withstand heart disease. They found that no, actually they had all the risk factors, genetic risk factors.
There are no such thing as identified risk factors still.
Developing heart disease. So they said, look, we really don't know why that is. Fast forward another
So how can you call it a risk factor? If you then suffix the whole thing by saying, well, we don't really know why this is happening, well, then you don't know what the risk factors are either. I'm not having a dig at Anthony here. I'm having a dig at everybody that uses this kind of vacuous logic.
They're 10 years, 20 years, they say, well, actually, the heart disease rate isn't all that low in Inuits. Well, that's because more and more of them are incorporated into Western society and eat a lot of junk food and alcohol and things like that. And so, when we, you mentioned sickle cell, and that's a good example because if you have, homozygous sickle cell genetic adaptation, that obviously is a problem for life. But if you're heterozygous, then that confers a benefit to malaria, but it doesn't confer the health risks. So on a population level, you get long-term survival improvement for the population. But I agree that those people that get hit with the double homozygous, they're not doing very well. But because more are going to be heterozygous, that confers a long-term survival for the population. You mentioned the DASH diet as well. There was a recent study. I don't have it up, unfortunately. Just reminded me of it when you spoke about it. But there's actually a ketogenic diet was actually shown to be more efficacious than the DASH diet as well.
Wait, sorry.
And that's
sorry.
So there's Matthew breaking the rules. Straight away, bam. Interjections were not allowed.
I just missed that little, what you said there. If you could just repeat it, please.
Oh, I was just saying that there are other diets that like the ketogenic diet actually recently got shown to be even better than the DASH diet. And that's not to say you can't do a ketogenic diet on a plant-based diet, because you certainly can. And so that's not just advocating solely for meat. But a lot of times when we're looking at the different studies looking at, is this diet better than another diet, quite often we are comparing them to the standard norm. So we don't really have things that are comparing a whole food plant-based diet that you espouse and a whole food meat-based diet as I espouse. Generally, they're just equated to the standard. So you can have more fruits and vegetables, and that's better than the standard, and I certainly would agree with that. But there's also the study out of Harvard with 2,000 carnivores, self-reported, a lot of these are, that showed improvements to the standard diet. So neither of these are going to show, is it better compared to a whole food plant-based diet and a whole food meat-based diet. There was, I'm trying to bring it up here. There was a recent study out of the UK. I'll try to share my screen here.
And yeah, Dr. Nagra, if you want to come, respond to any of this.
Yeah. I just want.
So now she's inviting him to break the rules that they agreed on at the beginning, which was that they would each state their case on each question.
Yeah, she doesn't interrupt him at all, but she interrupts Dr. Chaffee. He gets interrupted throughout this whole thing. It's very frustrating.
Right. Yeah, I can see how that would be. All I can suggest in that regard is if people want to actually come and have a debate with someone that will not allow that, they should probably come and have a knock on my door, because I'm not going to let anybody interrupt me while I'm making a point in such a situation.
I was kind of waiting my turn, but whenever it's possible.
Yeah. I'll wrap it up here.
Okay.
There we go. So this one it was a long-term perspective study with 400,000 people in the UK. And they found that accounting for confounding factors.
No, you can't account for confounding factors. What that means is they've adjusted the data. So this work is fantasy. Prospective cohort studies are great works. They are great stories. They are awesome stories. They need much more emphasis on the dragons, probably a lot less incest, and an ending that doesn't leave people wanting to set fire to the studio. Basically, it's rubbish, not science at all.
Economic factors, healthy user bias, that this actually eliminated the benefits associated with plant-based diet. So they looked at whole food plants, cooked and raw. They found that raw conferred a better cardiovascular benefit than Cook. Cook didn't show any, but when you accounted for the confounding factors, that this was eliminated as well.
Can you just keep
and
that
there
up for a
are-
sec? Or sorry, I was wondering if you can just I can pull it up, or you can keep it up.
That's fine.
Okay. Whenever I respond, I just want to touch on that one really quick.
Yeah, of course. So that's the main thing. I mean, there are studies that compare what we're talking about, which is
But there still aren't. Sorry. No, there are no studies which look at causes and effects as that relates to hard health outcomes in human beings over any period of time, period. That is the unassailable, scientifically correct position to take. So anyone making a positive claim, the vegan diet is great, is the best, cannot support that. Any more than someone saying the carnivore diet is the best for you health-wise. Like these are both claims that are unacceptable scientifically. That's why this debate continues. That's why this discussion continues. That's why this theological divide between carnivores and vegans mostly seems to exist here. If we had the answer, if we had the science, if we knew what was, you know, the data's in, we've got the answer, there would be nothing further to discuss. Would there? So getting sucked into a citation exchange is not the way to prevail, win the day in a debate with one of these theological clowns like Nagra here. Because at the end of the day, what you have to do is set up a proposition whereby you basically fool your opponent into proposing a moot, because a debate has a moot, it has an agreed discussion point. So you suck your opponent into setting the moot. They set a moot that can't be supported because there is no science to support a moot. Then they front up to me with their moot and I tear them to bits. I don't need to produce a single citation. All I need to do is dismiss their positive claim of risk. And I win. That's what Anthony Chaffee should have done, in my opinion. That's what a person discussing / debating this issue with one of these turds needs to do. Great. Show me the evidence of a mechanism. To which the only one that they'll go to in terms of the food-related side of things, really, they'll go to the European Consensus Panel, THE, on lipids. They'll go to the Adventist Health Study on meat consumption, and they'll go to the Hooper meta-analysis Cochrane review on saturated fat. None of those establish the case. They are all associative data sets that have been adjusted from what was actually observed. We win, Matthew Nagra loses, and that's what people that want to debate these clowns need to understand. That's how to approach it. People often say to me, oh, but Bart K doesn't produce any citations. I don't need to. I just need to dismiss the ones that these guys are offering as not science. It's easy, isn't it, when you think about it? Anyway. Tell us all about it, Nicole.
Tell us all about what? Kitty?
Your pussy. Yeah, tell us about your pussy.
Yeah, she's Wilma, but yeah, she was begging at my feet, so I figured I'd let her join the stream. Since you have Ted, I figured I'd have a Wilma.
Yes, fair enough. Fair enough. All right, let's carry on.
Which is, whole food, plant-based diet and meat-based diet. And we can certainly get into those as well. But just from a biological evolutionary standpoint, I think that it's that the evidence does show quite clearly that that we did evolve eating meat, and the biological premise that what you're adapted to is what's going to be beneficial to you, I think, stands here. One thing I will point out is that people say that this is a bit weird. Sorry, there's weird ads here. That they say, well, these people probably didn't live all that long. There's no real good evidence for that. What that's based on is average life expectancy from birth. But here,
Right, which is affected by the fact that in harsh environments specifically, and in populations that aren't necessarily up with all the things that prevent this from happening, you get a lot of infant mortality. That drags the average lifespan down, doesn't it? Averages again, without looking at the noise around the signal. It's just,
you can see that that's not really the same thing as how long people live when they just die of old age. So back in 1850, if you were at 0, the average life expectancy was 38. So people can say, oh, well, people were dying in their 30s. Well, not really, because if you made it to 10 years old, on average, you would make it another 48 years, you'd make it to 58. And it goes up from there and there and there and there. And so by the time you got up to 70, you were likely to make it into your 80s and so on.
I just want to acknowledge somebody in the chat called Brain Free Carbivore, but they've spelt brain free wrong. They've spelt it child free for some reason. It's somebody in the background there making all sorts of very confident statements of fact, none of which are actually statements of fact. They're your opinions. They're vacuous. They're moronic. Frankly, Brain Free Carbivore. But you're here to troll because I don't think anybody's interested in your opinion. We're here to litigate what science is being presented by two people who decided for some reason to have a debate about science when neither one of them is a scientist.
Where's the comment at? I don't see it. Maybe it was deleted.
There's a whole bunch of comments by someone called Child Free Carbivore coming through from my channel.
Yeah. What time? Maybe they were deleted already. Possibly,
or maybe you're just not seeing them all. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I often am not seeing the whole list of, but I've seen 4 or 5 comments coming through from this particular commenter, and they are absolutely fact-free, logic-free, science-free, brain-free. They're just noise. If one of my moderators would like to take care of that over on my channel, please do. We're all about free speech here, so long as what you have to say is worth hearing. Yep, I'm kidding, of course.
And that stayed pretty constant. It went up a little bit. It went down again in the 1900s and then started going up again sort of the middle of the century, middle to late last century, and that's gone up a little bit. But that's the problem we run into when we're dealing with average life expectancy from birth.
All right.
Okay,
So yeah,
let
just
me-
on this.
Go ahead, Nagra.
Yeah, just on the study. Do you mind scrolling down to table 2 for a sec?
Sure. Yeah, no, I got onto it. I tried clicking it to bring it up and to blow it up, but it's not doing it.
Can you see it? Oh, now you can. So this is the
Yep.
paper, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, and in your view, this is one of the better ones on the topic, presumably?
No, not at all. I think all studies have inherent flaws. The point is that there's mixed literature, and none of these studies are really all that great because a lot of them have all these confounding factors.
Right, good. So Anthony is correct. No science exists that can inform us reliably on a question of carnivore diet versus vegan diet. And by the way, we still haven't defined the moot. What is at argument here? What is the pre-agreed moot that these two are going to litigate? And who proposed it? Because that's what a debate is. If you don't have that, you're just having a discussion or an argument, depending on how you view it. Yes.
Pretty much. I don't even remember what the original question was. I don't think Dr. Chaffee is hitting on anything that Dr. Nagra put forth. I think he's arguing a completely different point. So I'm super confused on why Chaffee's talking about this because it doesn't touch on anything that Nagra argued right out the gate when it was his initial turn. So like it's more like a discussion because they're not countering. Dr. Nagra is doing a better job than Chaffee on countering the argument. Chaffee isn't, I don't think, because I don't remember what the original question was, but I don't think Chaffee is countering Nagra's argument unless he hasn't gotten to his point yet.
Yeah, okay. The point they're talking about right now is the longevity.
Right.
And things that can affect a longevity figure for a population so that the average figure might not remotely be representative of what a person at large could expect. Because you might have high childhood mortality, for example, that would pull your life expectancy as an average down vastly, but still mostly people could be living longer than that.
Right.
I think Chaffee's point here is, well, look, Matthew Nagra, there are articles that are equally as rubbish as yours that disagree with you. I think that's the point he's trying to make by presenting the study. And when he was asked, well, do you think this is a great study by Matthew Nagra? Because Matthew wants to try and trip him up on the study.
Mm-hmm.
Then he did the right thing. He turned around and said, no, it's not a great study. It's a piece of crap, just like yours.
Right.
The point is, it doesn't agree with yours. Ergo, clearly the science isn't in here. That's why we're still having this debate. I guess that's the point, that if I was trying to analyze what Anthony Chaffee is probably trying to do here, I would suggest that's probably it. Yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
So I just want to address.
It's really difficult to make comparisons.
So I just want to address something though. So you said that this study found no benefit, right?
No, benefit is a cause and effect statement. Like risk, hazard, all of those statements. So if he did say that, which I don't think he did, then he'd be correct, because the study is unable to inform on benefit. It's only able to inform on associations, and the association might be between two things that were observed, or more likely, which is true of this one as well, it's adjusted, i.e. comes from the fiction section, the pseudoscience library.
No,
After
so
adjusting
found
for
benefit-
confounders?
You can't adjust for confounders and call it science. That's the point. Scientists report what they observed, and they control the populations in which they're making those observations in the first instance in order to meet with the disciplines of science. Science is experimental, disciplined, controlled, and a bunch of other things. Prospective cohort studies are basically naturalistic observations. They're rubbish, universally. That's the position that we all need to take. Absolutely unshakably. Every time one of these clowns puts an epidemiological case, these prospective cohort studies up and say, look, risk, that's what we all need to say, I think. We need to sing off the same choir sheet. No, not risk. No, risk is a cause and effect statement. This is an associative data set. By the way, what was associated with what in this case? Was it something that was observed, or is it somebody's fantasy because it's been adjusted? And Matthew Nagra is now talking about, oh, they should adjust. In other words, they should make something fictional. So that's all we need to know about Matthew Nagra. Done. Now, Matthew Nagra is not a scientist, right there.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it found really no benefit with cooked vegetables. It found a benefit with uncooked.
No, it didn't. Benefit is still a cause and effect statement. So no.
But it thought that there was probably confounders that were getting in the way of that. So again, it's not a perfect study,
Well,
and it's not saying conclusively that vegetables don't provide any benefit. But again, you also have to think about the comparison. What are we comparing?
well, so,
comparing
sorry,
this to?
can
They're
I
comparing that.
just show what I wanted to show,
Yeah.
please? Yeah.
Sure.
So this is table 2. This is what I was trying to get you to go to. If we look at all-cause mortality, cooked vegetables were beneficial, 19% lower risk of all.
No, see, risk. Risk is a metric that was made up once they adjusted what was actually observed in terms of people dying. So absolute gut rot there, Matthew Nagra. Nonsense. No, son. Tell us the raw and unadjusted outcome statistics as they relate to mortality. Why do I say that's so important? Well, one of the studies I mentioned earlier, the Adventist Health study that talks about red meat consumption and how that's, if for every quartile of red meat consumption, your risk of all-cause mortality, cardiovascular disease, so-called cancers, all sorts of things. This Adventist Health study suggests that your risk goes up for every quartile of meat consumption. And they say that in the outcome statistic under risk, and they write that in the conclusion under risk. It's adjusted. It's adjusted so hard that when you actually go back to the raw data, that which was observed in the populations, what you find is 180 degrees out of phase of reality of what they've reported. What you find is the highest mortality was in the vegans. The highest cardiovascular disease prevalence was in the vegans. The highest cancer rates was in the vegans in that study, and they've reported the exact opposite. Science, though, bitches. So no, Matthew Nagra, this point falls flat on its face. Come and try that with me, sunshine. Come and try that crap with me. I bet you won't. Who votes that Matthew Nagra should come and have a debate with me? See how long he lasts. See
I'll
if he'll
be the
even do it.
moderator.
Great. Will you be moderate?
Kind of. I do want to highlight this comment. Sarah with an H. Cereal was designed to kill the libido. We need to remember that. 100%. The vegan diet is deeply rooted in religion. It does not have health in mind. It was to suppress boys' sexual urges, and Kellogg is the pioneer of this alternate meat crap. And they're definitely not taught this in registered dietitian school or whatever the history of their field. But it's all open. It's all open information, even on their website, the Seventh-day Adventist website. So the fact that Nagra is trying to backdoor his way into saying meat causes every single is the root cause of every single death, because that's essentially what he's saying by flagging table 2. He's just coming at it as propping up plant foods rather than directly saying meat is causing every single death in the United States is because of meat. But what he fails to mention is that meat consumption is actually down by a lot over the last 50 years. It's declined, the meat consumption. So that already falls flat in his face. If you can consult Dr. Google and look at graphs on meat consumption and plant consumption, and you'll see it going like this. So, I mean, he's making his argument. He's making a poor argument. And approaching it in a backdoor kind of way to diss meat. But yeah, I wish Dr. Chaffee, I don't know if he does, I didn't see this part of the debate, but I hope he touches on that, because he's leaving the door wide open for Dr. Chaffee to just like go right in and kind of debunk that right off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hope he does too. And we'll see in a minute. But in the meantime, when someone points at a statistic like that, there are 2 responses. The first response is, well, so what? That's a fabricated statistic risk. Why don't you tell me about the absolute unadjusted outcome statistics in terms of mortality if you want to talk about mortality? Probably because they don't support your argument. Let's say, though, that it was absolutely true and correct and causal, and there was a 19% change in incidence. How many people would that be out of the study? What would the meaning of that be to any one given individual? It usually turns out to be somewhere around about 8 or 9 incidences per 10,000 person years. So that being the case, even if this was true, correct, and a causal relationship here, past the stake. Because what is the comparator group here? What are we being compared against? Anyway. Okay, so no, not causal data, a fabricated data, 19% risk. Oh, based on what? Based on your adjusted, i.e. fabricated ideas around what the mortality would have been had it not been uncontrolled and confounded. Instead of saying, well, actually what we have here is a naturalistic observation, it's confounded, it doesn't inform us on cause and effect, can't do, never will do, but here are some results. It's interesting. Any scientists that might want to go and have a look at this for cause and effect, have at it. But that's not what they're doing. They're now trying to claim cause and effect. Risk, 19% risk, they say. No, fallacy.
Cause mortality in the fully adjusted model. So that is when you're
Yeah, in the fully adjusted model, in the fully fantasized, fully fallacious. I like that word. Do you like that word? Fallacious?
Holy moly.
Say it with me. Fallacious.
We should start a new drinking game every time Dr. Nagra says something stupid.
Oh, now that would be even more irresponsible.
I'd be drunk in a minute.
Oh, goodness gracious me. Right, let's make some progress.
adjusting for all the confounders, including, you know, BMI and
You
whatnot.
can't adjust for confounders. The only way to control for confounders is in the first instance before you collect the data. Precisely because you cannot quantify the contribution and interaction of interacting rich tapestry threads that lead to a hard-baked health outcome, i.e. mortality, cancer, heart disease, or not. You can't take those factors out. We all understand, I hope, by now, that a single variate regression cannot inform us on causality. I think everybody knows that. That being the case, and it is the case, what makes you think a multiple variate regression can inform on causality suddenly? It's just superimposing a whole bunch of observable coincidences between two data sets, between two variables, I should say, and then imagining that you can attribute causal contributions out of doing that. No, all you're doing is artificially reducing the residuals around the trend line, this risk thing that they're putting together, at the expense of additional additive errors for every single one of the factors that you put into it. It's absolute nonsense. It's not science. Scientists report what they observed under control. Failing that, you cannot speak to cause and effect. Those are the rules. That is science. Ergo, everything Matthew Nagra is going to come up with in this debate will fall flat on its face, because none of it is what is required to establish any heart health outcome as associated with any form of diet of any kind. And we still don't have a moot for this debate, by the way. Interesting, isn't it?
So it actually was beneficial.
No, see, that's a cause and effect statement. So no. Have another.
As was raw, very similarly beneficial, as was total vegetable intake. So
No, so three more oops, because three more false statements there from Matthew Nagra. Absolutely not.
I'm just confused as to why you said there was no benefit.
Because benefit's a cause and effect statement, and this study is unable to inform on it, would be the correct answer.
On cardiovascular risk.
Yeah, but for all-cause mortality, are we in agreement that there was benefit? And this is only for over 4 tablespoons of vegetable.
No, we are not in agreement. And if Anthony Chaffee agrees to that, that's a mistake, because this is not a study that can inform on risk, because there isn't one in existence. Sorry.
Vegetable intake.
Oh yeah, no, I was speaking specifically about cardiovascular risk.
Okay.
But
Okay,
no, look, I
just,
agree.
but sorry, I just want to make clear, for all-cause mortality, we agree there was benefit.
See, no, still.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and that's no, absolutely. So
Yeah.
No, see, that's a mistake. Sorry, Anthony Chaffee. No, the study does not inform on risk in any way, one way or the other. No, it's unacceptable. This is not evidence. This is pseudoscientific claptrap. This is garbage. That's why, in my opinion, the only people who should be debating the science by way of bringing up papers and looking at papers like these two are doing are people who have themselves been scientists, probably for, preferably at least a decade. Because this kind of error occurs. That's not a dig at Anthony Chaffee. I wouldn't expect him to get this right because he's not a scientist. But what I'm saying is, because he's not a scientist, he shouldn't be in this debate, in the same way that Matthew Nagra is not a scientist and he shouldn't be here either. But if he wants to try and produce his so-called evidence for anything, if he wants to suggest a moot to me for a debate, I suggest that he should do that, and I would happily show up and tear him 7 new ones. But I'm picking he won't show up for that. Anything?
No, this is one of the examples I gave at the intro before we even started playing, is that Anthony Chaffee will try to prove a point. Nagra would rudely interrupt at mid-sentence, and then Chaffee will kind of like backtrack what he was saying. So it was disappointing on all levels, but this is just one of the examples of that occurring.
Yeah.
And this
Right.
happens throughout the entire thing.
Right. So to shortcut this whole discussion from these guys, which we won't do because we're going to go through it, but in future debates, discussions, when people take these people on, when someone points to one of these prospective cohort studies, the first question is, oh, great. So association is cause and effect now, is it? Then your opponents, they're fried from that point. They can't recover from that, because either they're going to have to say, yes, association is cause and effect, and show themselves completely incompetent. They lose the debate, you win right there. Or they have to admit that the study they've just produced is unable to inform us on cause and effect, and we can take that study down off the screen now and move on to the next point. We're done. Debate. Yeah. Thank you. 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 Invisible penis, invisible penis. We have an invisible penis here, and it goes into Ted's ear. No bear abuse. Goodness, and no singing. Where did that come from? Goodness gracious me. Sorry, I was bored. Right, carry on.
Let me again clarify. I'm not saying that this study proves that vegetables are not good for you. I'm saying that there is mixed literature.
Right, which was his point. So the whole thing was there is mixed literature. Okay, fine, fair point, fair attempt to try and make that point. But at the end of the day, the unassailable point is that there is no literature that can inform on this question of cause and effect. None. The debate's finished. That's why you suck your opponent into setting the moot before a debate. They're going to have to make a positive claim to set a moot. Then all you need to do to dismiss their moot is say, great, show me some evidence that can inform on the moot. Whoops, there isn't any. We're done. Looks like you lose. Easy, really. Anyway.
And I'm also just pointing out that when you're comparing these things, you're comparing them to the norm standard diet, which we both agree is not great. So it's difficult to glean more information than that, because we don't have comparative studies to whole food plant-based diet with whole food meat-based diet, except for one, which we can talk about, which is...
We'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that. I'd like to have my response, because there was a lot of things
But hang on. The rules didn't indicate that you could have a response
to unpack there. So another thing you mentioned was obviously there's a lot. I'm not going to go through every single point, just hit on some of the big ones.
Yeah, I think you are, though. That's what he's attempting to do. Again, it's a subterfuge. It's to try and take control of the situation technique, but it's actually vapid and pointless, because the piece of work that's currently at moot on the screen right now is of no value to anybody. It cannot inform on the question.
Another thing you mentioned was this one, right? The Harvard carnivore study, right? Yeah. And
did he mention that?
I don't think he did, but the only thing you need to know is Harvard.
Yeah, exactly. That's all you need to know. And in any case, the only carnivore study, prospective carnivore study that has been undertaken, suffers from all the same methodology flaws, which, funnily enough, the vegans are happy to point to, despite the fact that they suffer the same flaws and faults as their own studies, which somehow are in violet canon. How does that work? My invalid studies are valid because they agree with me. Yours are hate speech.
So What happened to the coronary artery calcium scores in people who had scans before and after adopting carnivore?
So the thing is, again,
Apparently they went up in that study. However, these people were not observed and controlled. They were asked to report how much carnivore meat they've been eating and how they felt about their symptomologies variously. And there were 1 or 2 biological markers that were taken in that population. Was there a comparator group who had CAC scores done before and after the exact same period of time who were not on the carnivore diet? No. So there is no comparator. So the point is of no value. It's like, it's one of those things that you respond to with, also. What's your point? How bad would it have been had they been eating a mixed diet? The same people. Would it have been worse? So is this increase still a benefit because it's less of an increase than it would have been otherwise? We don't know because we don't have a comparator. Again, this is why scientists should be the ones doing the science debates, I think, personally.
Well, again, I'm
Yeah,
just
these
asking,
aren't
but
perfect.
I understand. I just want to point out, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't see how, what the purpose of citing.
Quite right too, Nurse Kim. The other thing that you insist on in the rules of a debate is that all references that a person wants to tap during their debate need to be provided in advance in full text. And a sensible person would say, and you need to limit the number of citations that are allowable in a debate, because if you're actually going to analyze a piece of literature, it's going to take half an hour to show the foibles and flaws fully and completely in a paper. And if you're clever enough to make sure that your opponent has set the moot, ergo made a positive claim that they can't support, then you need to be able to go through and completely break down each one of those papers to its constituent uselessnesses. So you need to limit it to about 3. And hey, if they had cause and effect evidence for the claim that they've falsely made, then any one paper will do it. The one piece of evidence that provides the cause and effect link. You don't need more than one. So then they will get upset. Oh, you're not allowing me to pile 100 billion citations at you during a debate. Well, of course I'm not, because there's no way to deal with that many papers in one debate. Sensible, but it seems to be something that goes out the window for the purpose of the theatrics of these kind of things, I think, maybe. Anyway, I don't know. What's next?
This study is if we're just accepting certain findings but not others, right? Like coronary
Oh, so cherry picking is bad. Okay.
calcium, coronary artery calcium for people who had pre-diet scores was 55. For those who also had the post-diet was 81, right?
Okay, well, 55 to 81 in terms of CAC isn't huge change. And where's your comparator group that says that didn't happen in an otherwise genetically identical group of people, they're twins, that were in a separate lab that didn't have that dietary intervention? No? So, again, no points for Matthew Nagra there, except in getting his oar in there, interrupting Anthony Chaffee and breaking the rules in a disrespectful manner to the host of the program, Lauren, to his opponent, because he's breaking the rules, and he's being basically hugely disrespectful to science because he's completely failing to provide a remotely competent view on the reality that we can inform on using science. It's disgraceful. Come and try it with me, son.
We actually saw an increase in coronary artery calcium. And so I just want to point out that I don't see the reason. Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing the right tab here. That's my bad. It's weird how it does that.
I wanted to say something, but I didn't interrupt your flow.
Yeah. It's weird that it doesn't share that. But I just want to point out that, like, if we're going to cite studies, presumably we look at the full set of results. We look at the outcome. I'm just waiting for it to load up. Yeah. So here's the coronary artery. We have 55 here. We have 81 post.
You've already said that, and it's still meaningless. So bringing it up on the screen just to verify that you can remember the numbers from the study, it doesn't actually prove that you're competent to speak about those numbers. Because again, we're beginning the question, is that increase in coronary artery calcium bad? Because we don't have a comparator.
Current. So pre-diet was 55. And so we actually see a progression of coronary artery calcium in
Yeah, but do you also see that in a comparator group? Whoops, you didn't have one. So shut the fuck up, man. Sorry about that. What's next?
these like self-selected carnivores through like the World Carnivore Trial.
All right, so self-selected cohorts are bad. Okay. Cherry picking, you say? Mm-hmm.
And the carnivore Reddit and all of that, presumably who are very strong proponents of that, right? It's imagine if I were to go on my social media and say, hey, let's survey a bunch of vegans about their health. Obviously, there would be a selection bias. So I just think this is a really pretty terrible study, actually. If I'm
but again, let's get back to the point that Chaffee was making, which was, look, there are studies equally as bad as the crap you're putting forward that don't agree with your crap. That was his only point. So now what Matthew Nagra is doing is the straw man fallacy. He's suggesting that Anthony Chaffee was saying things or was trying to say things that he was not trying to say, did not say. He just said, look, here's another crap study, just as crap as your crap studies, showing that there are crap studies that say all sorts of things on both sides of the divide. And his point is valid. Yeah?
honest about that. But going back to this whole idea of biological adaptation, I did sort of point out why that isn't necessarily beneficial long term.
Yeah, but you failed to outline the fact that, in fact, genes that encode for longevity are conserved in the human genome. Ergo, your fallacious logic falls flat on its stupid face right there. And the reason for it is so that people can pass on their wisdom and experience to younger generations, thus increasing their survival directly, Matthew, as we outlined earlier. Nicole, say something. Say something, say something.
Yeah, I think I actually made that critique in my reaction video of this, is that Nagra right here is arguing a point that Dr. Chaffee didn't even make. He wasn't pulling up the study to make his claims or to make his argument. He was doing, like you said, he was trying to show, like, this study says this. It's not a very good study. There are no studies that are good. So he's making an argument that's not even there, that wasn't even presented.
Exactly.
So yeah.
Yep, exactly right. And we have already got into litigating the argument without first defining what the argument is.
Well, where's Lauren here? Like, this is the role of the moderator, but she's quiet this whole time. Yeah, so I don't think she did a very good job kind of moderating from the start to at this point in time.
Right. So the first question, before we get into starting to argue this whole stuff like we've been doing here, what is the moot? Still, we don't have one still. What is our proposition that we are debating under the rules of this debate, which don't allow Matthew Nagra to interject and to micro-analyze a paper that Anthony Chaffee has offered for a reason completely other than to say this is a good, valid paper? It's nuts.
No reason to select for something that helps us out post-reproductive age.
Well, there is, Matthew Nagra, and I've outlined it twice already in this video. The fact that you don't understand it or conceive of it or understand that that's what's going on clearly just shows your incompetence, ignorance, and Dunning-Kruger. The fact of the matter is the longevity genes are conserved. That is a fact. So my argument stands up and yours falls on its face. Come and have a debate with me, please, Matthew Nagra. Any day of the week, twice on Sundays, unless you really are quite fond of the number of anal orifices you already have.
Look at the differences between the two, though. Like, Anthony Chaffee is just sitting back, chill, just letting Nagra talk. And every time Chaffee starts talking about something, it looks like Nagra wants to like jump through his skin and jump through the computer screen and start like debating him. And Chaffee's just super chill, cool, calm, and collected. And Nagra just wants to jump through the computer screen. It's just night and day difference of mannerisms and how they present themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
It only matters to get to that reproductive window and
Yeah, still false. Still false. Wrong again.
reproduce and pass those genes on. And like you said, we're only looking at replacing the standard American diet. That's actually not true. We have substitution analyses that specifically.
No, we don't. We have self-reported survey respondent data from people free living under their own reconnaissance, not locked in labs and being observed. Pop yourself directly back to that place that starts with F and ends with K there, Matthew Nagra. No, we do not have comparators of those factors. We have comparators of what people told the researchers they were eating, which we cannot establish is a correct and valid record of what they did in fact eat, precisely because we did not observe it. Faith, it's a leap of faith. That's not science. Simple as that.
Model the replacement. I have to unshare and share again here. That specifically model the replacement of red meat and specifically.
There's the word straight away, modeled. Something's modeled. Forget it then. Modeled.
Unprocessed red meat and plant protein sources. So here we actually other animal protein sources.
So here we have another associative mishmash with no control. It's based on subject respondent data. It's confounded to the nth degree. It cannot inform on cause and effect or health outcomes in any way, shape, or form still. Is this an experiment under control in a laboratory with two groups of genetically identical people? No? Okay, well, we can take that down off the screen now and ignore it because it's not proof of cause and effect.
As well, replacing unprocessed red meat with, in this case, it was dairy, nuts, or legumes was beneficial for cardiovascular disease. A meta-analysis.
No, because beneficial is a cause and effect statement, so no.
Of prospective cohorts there. And in this study by Huang et al., this was the NIH AARP study published back in 2020, replacement of just 3% of calories from.
Oh, I can't be asked. We'll just carry on, otherwise we'll be here all day.
Red meat protein with plant protein was associated with a 13% lower risk of all-cause mortality.
Risk of nothing. No, still unacceptable. We cannot allow that to pass without correction every single time, folks. It's got to be a rule when we're talking to these people. As soon as they say risk, we need to stop them immediately and say, no, there are no studies that can inform on risk. Risk is a cause and effect.
Or we can play by their rules. And say, yeah, you can say we can play by their rules. There's a 33% decrease in risk. And I can be like, cool. Well, there's a 33% increase of risk of malnutrition. So we can kind of just play by their rules and throw it back in their face.
Yeah. Well, we could, but I prefer to remain in the unassailable position, which is to say, no, you're talking cause and effect and you don't have the evidence here. So this point fails. I'm waiting for Matthew Nagra to produce an experimental piece of work on human beings locked in labs for multiple decades so we can talk about hard health outcomes under perfect control. How long do you think we will be waiting for such a thing? It does not exist. I'm unassailable. Matthew Nagra loses. That's the position every one of us needs to take. Absolutely and unshakably. No, not risk. That's cause and effect. Show me an experiment. Easy.
Men and a 15% lower risk of all-cause mortality in women. And this is the adjustment model if there were any concerns.
Again, adjustment. So it's fabricated then. It's a fantasy. So no.
If anything, I'd say they over-adjusted.
Well, that's your opinion, though, Matthew Nagra, and you're not a competent statistician. I am, by the way. How many publications does Matthew Nagra have pertaining directly to statistical inference, statistical methodology? Because that's what you need to be an expert in statistics. How many papers has Matthew Nagra published as first and sole author requiring a statistical analysis of a data set or whatever? Less than one. This is what I'm talking about with you should not talk about something unless you're an expert in that field. Okay?
Okay, we have something here. if you can't lock up people for that long, then isn't it
Yep.
pointless to demand it? Meaning the controlled studies and kidnapping and entrapping people in a lab. so,
Okay.
so
Right.
if you can't do that,
Yep.
is it fair to demand it?
Right. Okay. Number one, who told you life was going to be fair? Where did you get that idea from, that life should be fair? Were you born in the 90s? I don't know. Secondly, I'm not demanding anything except evidence of cause and effect when cause and effect is being claimed. The fact that that evidence does not exist and cannot exist is not my fault. Neither does it impact on the fact that nonetheless still the rules of science, the disciplines of science require us, if we want to claim cause and effect, to have done a properly controlled experimental study to prove cause and effect, failing which we should show the discipline as a scientist not to use the terminology that infers cause and effect. It's not pointless to demand anything when you're talking about evidence, because demanding evidence is the very thing that wins the day for us against these clowns who want to infer that our diet is in some way risky, damaging, will affect anything by way of hard outcomes, because there is no evidence that that is so. That's what we're doing here. Make sense? I hope that's helpful. Nicole, soften that up for us perhaps a bit, or repackage that in a loving, caring way, because I couldn't give a shit about that.
No, I just flagged it because this is something that that you argue throughout this entire thing, so I thought it would be fair to address it. But yeah, it's if you're going to state a claim of something that's impossible to prove, then that's not necessarily our fault that that's impossible to prove, but these scientists are making it seem like it's proven. So it's flaw. It's flaws in these studies and the approach to these studies and what they put out for mass consumption that's giving a false narrative of what's really occurring. So that is on the researchers and scientists putting these studies out that are misleading people. So I think Bart hammering home that point on there's no such thing as risk in human nutrition because it's all animals, or like kind of like a food journal type thing. That's no fault to Bart. That's just why he's hammering that claim a lot, because it's a flaw in how this material is presented that's misleading people to promote the narrative that they want to promote in a false, in a misrepresented way, I think is my politically correct way of saying that.
Awesome. I mean, even if everything else was controlled and was reasonable and was decent and was good in these studies, which those things are not, they're poor. The very first question that you might ask is, well, who were these people? What kind of demographics were these people? Do they represent me? Because if you want to talk to me about my risk on the basis of a data set collected on a group of individuals in the past, at the very least, that group of individuals should represent me, shouldn't it? Well, you'll find in these epidemiological studies that invariably the age of the subjects at the outset of the observation period is usually around about 60, 65. Number one, if you're under that age, then that group of individuals, their responses over any period of time do not relate to you. Ergo, they can't inform you on your risk of anything, even if everything else was right. And it isn't. So pointing to these, this is why I don't have any hair left, Nicole.
I think you need to up your fat.
Yeah, perhaps I do. Perhaps I do. Who knows? Right. Anyway, let's make some more progress.
But a very, very comprehensive adjustment model. And this is...
See, comprehensive adjustment model is a value judgment statement. That's not scientific. Science is litigated with empirical outcome data that's collected under the scientific discipline. Saying something is comprehensive is a judgment on it. It's an opinion. That's not science.
specifically looking at that replacement, right? If we took people and they were to swap out a bit of the red meat they're eating with some plant protein
It's not
sources,
specifically looking at something because you adjusted what you saw. That's a fallacy. That shows that Matthew Nagra has no understanding of logic. Or he does, and he doesn't care because he's presenting material that suits him theologically. Either is disgraceful.
they end up, living longer and having lower risk of disease.
No, still not risk.
So it's not just this idea of replacing the standard American diet. And then the last thing I'll mention really quick about like zoo animals. So like, are you suggesting that the zoo?
Okay, so Matthew Nagra's point was, well, yes, in fact, Dr. Chaffee, we do have data that compares things clearly to each other, meat and plants. It's not just a comparison to the standard diet, Anthony Chaffee, which is wrong, Matthew Nagra. You have not proved that point. We don't have any data that informs on that still. The fact that you've produced some pseudoscience that purports to look at that issue doesn't mean that there is data that does look at that issue. This doesn't. It's still an adjusted associative mishmash. It's still a fantasy that somebody put together. So sorry, no, still no points.
Animals don't get disease in the wild or in zoos because they're fed their species appropriate diet, or
See, that's just another argumentative point at that. What the hell has that got to do with anything? This is supposed to be a debate about what's best for humans. So who cares what the animals are doing?
Well, Dr. Chaffee did mention animals in the wild, but with the zoo argument, yes, they're controlled to a point, but you can't control 100%. Like there's still people throwing food into the cages and whatnot. So like, yes, they're controlled somewhat, but they're not controlled 100%. So if you go, like Anthony Chaffee mentioned, in the actual wild, that's different than the zoo, because in the wild they don't have the, I guess, human component interference like they do in the zoos, because they are still being fed from humans. They're not supposed to, but they are, because the zoo people can't control and can't be there 100% of the time when people are still throwing stuff into the cages.
Yeah.
So it's a stupid argument.
Yeah. The whole thing is still vacuous because we still don't have a moot. What is at argument here? What is the point that we are litigating in this debate? Because that's what a debate is. It's litigating a given, defined, agreed moot point. What is it?
just wondering about that.
Disease insofar as getting infections, but they don't get diabetes and autoimmune disorders.
What about
generally when they're
like
eating
cancers, cardiovascular disease?
No, not really. It's much lower. And
Well, so
you know,
actually, let's look at that too really quick here.
Why, Matthew? What has that got to do with advancing our understanding of human needs in any way? Do animals get sick in the wild eating a natural species appropriate diet? There might be some data on that. I don't know. But so what? We're humans living as humans do under the conditions that humans live. What's best for us? Surely if there's going to be any kind of focus, it's got to be that. Studies.
I'm just trying. You threw out a lot of points. I just want to make sure I touch on some of the big ones.
Projection much?
So look at cancer risk amongst mammals or across mammals.
No, there are no studies that inform on cancer risk.
For crying out loud.
So, no, not risk Nagra. This is another associative mishmash. Sorry, this is not evidence of anything either.
Now he's going to try to prove that animals get sick, and Lauren is just sitting there not stopping this. This is going off on a wild tangent that makes zero sense, and this is making my head hurt.
Exactly. Let's say animals do get sick. So what?
And these are in zoos, being fed their presumably species specific diet.
Presumably. So that leaves the other thing on the table, because maybe your presumption is incorrect.
As you put it.
That's the thing about science. We don't presume things, Matthew Nagra. We establish things by controlling them and testing hypotheses. That's what science is. This is not science. See how that works? Am I off base here, Nicole? Am I getting the point across here? I think. I don't know.
Yeah, Jeremiah says he's making this point against Anthony because Anthony has. Yes. No, I understand what you're saying. But I think the point that Anthony was making was comparing humans to animals in their natural environment, how they don't get sick eating their natural food. I think that's, in my understanding, on the comparison that Dr. Chaffee was making here. And I think Nagra, yeah, he's refuting that point, but I think it's just a moot point because we're not in our natural state. We're not in our natural environment, and you're gonna I just don't like this argument. I think it's stupid and it doesn't address the original point on question one. We're still on question one. Well, we're
Yeah.
still on question one and we're
Yeah.
almost 30 minutes in and
Yeah.
it's far beyond where we started. So that's why I personally don't like this argument because it doesn't address point one and human nutrition and the proper human diet. I think it's just going off on random tangents that just don't address what we're trying to address in this debate.
At the end of the day, again, the correct and unassailable position when asked what is the correct diet for a human being is to say, well, we don't have any cause and effect science that can inform us on that, but the inferences are blah, 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 blah. And then the person listening to the inferences that we put together is left to check the validity, veracity, and subject the inferences that we make to common sense and make their own decision as to who is the competent practitioner that person would like to listen to going forward. As soon as you say, the science is behind me on this, you are now a pseudoscientist because the science is still absent on this topic of hard health outcomes in human beings. Still. So the whole debate is actually pointless. I knew it was before we got going, but I'm stunned by the fact that they are half an hour in and they still haven't decided what the moot is, or at least they haven't told us what it is.
Yeah, and Jeremiah, yeah, I agree that Anthony Chaffee just did not perform well, but Anthony has made the statement mistakenly before that animals in the wild don't get the same diseases. And yeah, I must have missed that because I was looking at the chat. But yeah, I agree. If he did say that, then yeah, that's a bold statement, and you can't say that to be true because even if you are fed the proper human diet, you're still going to, at some point most likely get sick in some way. It's not going to prevent every single thing from happening. So if he did say that, yeah, I definitely wholeheartedly disagree with that bold statement.
Yeah, I probably would too. Anywho, I wonder if they're going to make any headway on anything that's actually of any value to us. Let's see.
10,000
Is it
animals.
does it say that specifically?
Yeah, so they talk about meat in particular, like meat intake amongst the carnivores, and I'll tell you why. I'm going to get to that in a second here. So if we look at the different types of animals too, we actually see that the cancer rates are...
Oh, Jesus, really? Are we serious here? I can see why this took 2 hours to get through. This is irrelevant to anything, especially considering we still don't have a moot.
The highest amongst carnivores, even though they're eating this meat, raw meat largely. The herbivores primates have a lower rates of cancer mortality.
Where is he getting that decision from that chart? Or is that his interpretation of that chart? Because if you want to make a point about something, you need to provide us with the numbers, and he hasn't done that. He's put a chart up on the screen, a chart that doesn't look like it actually shows much difference between anything and anything else. I mean, I know it's small on our screens, but that doesn't, I can't see a difference there. Can you?
No, and I even have my glasses on.
Oh, right. Ted, can you see anything? No, I'm a bit one-eyed on the subject. Thanks for your input, Ted. That was helpful. Never work with children or animals. Or bears. There you go. Incredible.
We look at rodents, lower rates of cancer mortality, and so on. It's spiking up like crazy here, and we can see the kind of the means on the cancer mortality rate, right here on the right side.
All right, so different animals have different rates of disease processes. Who cares?
So these animals absolutely do get cancer.
Who cares? So what?
And they developed that. If we also look at arthritis amongst
Same argument. Who cares?
animal skeletons from zoos, we see that they also develop arthritis. In fact, even marine mammals do, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, but do they? If you're looking at like even closely related species like say chimpanzees or orangutan, those kind of things, and you look at the rates of these kind of disease processes in the skeletons of zoo-kept animals, you are then asserting that you are indeed feeding them the same diet that they would naturally eat. Which they're not doing, are they?
That's what I was going to say. These researchers, like he didn't even state the premise of this whole animal argument with that paper, with that table he's referencing. So if it's zoo, I already debunked that crap because they're still eating human food. Humans are still throwing food in cages. But no researcher is going to go out into the literal wild and try to catch a free roaming lion to research them. That's not going to happen. All of this research is the same as human garbage. It's they're taking these caged animals that are in a zoo, not eating their natural diet 100% of the time, and they're going to farms who the vast majority of them are eating grains and crap. They're not grass fed, at least here in the United States. So, I mean, that study that he's referring to is garbage anyway, based on the types of animals that they're looking at and where these animals are. They're not in their natural environment eating 100% of their natural food 100% of the time.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, so pointless. Not what you said, Nicole. The fact that the argument is going this way is pointless.
And I'm pulling that up here. So these diseases do exist in the wild and in zoos where they're presumably being fed appropriately.
Who cares? Still,
as you said, you're not supposed to feed animals because they have very specific diets that they're adhering to. So I just don't see any bearing on this idea that, well, animals don't get the disease if they're eating according to their quote unquote species specific diet. And at the end of the day,
yeah, but you're again begging the question fallacy. You're assuming that the zookeepers are feeding those animals a species appropriate specific diet, which would be false because they're not. Still, and it doesn't matter because this is not about people.
this all comes back to outcomes. Like I said, replacing animal protein, red meat protein in particular, with plant protein sources has consistently been shown to lead to lower mortality risk.
No, lead to. Lead to is a cause and effect statement. There is no data that can underpin that claim. No, Matthew Nagra, unacceptable, false.
Or cardiovascular disease risk in virtually every cohort that there has been looking at that.
False.
NIH, Nurses Health, Health Professionals Follow-Up, JP.
None of them can inform us on cause and effect. None of them are acceptable evidence to anything. We are still done with that stuff. No. Have you got a fucking experiment, Matthew Nagra, that we can look at? No. So your point falls flat on its stupid face. Still.
HC. The Rotterdam study was actually carbs for animal protein. And the list goes on and on. So I
think we know what goes on and on.
What I'd be really interested to hear is what is the fundamental issue that applies to those studies, even though they're done in different populations by different researchers using different methodologies, that would explain those results?
That's a leading question, and it has no value on the bearing of this discussion, which is still not about anything because we still don't have a moot.
Did he just ask Dr. Chaffee what the problems were with that study, with those studies? I would say all of it and just move on.
How about the fact that it doesn't inform on cause and effect and has no value on human beings because they're all animal studies anyway? Should we move on now?
Well, I'd have to look at each individual study to know, but
Fair enough, but you actually really don't, Anthony. You just need to say these are prospective cohort studies on animals. So what's that got to do with human beings and cause and effect? And can we have a moot, please?
The fact, so you talked about the Harvard study, and you picked on one point, which is a CAC score, but isn't it also true that taking a statin, which is generally accepted as beneficial for heart disease and its prevention, raises your CAC score as well?
Yes, it is true.
It can.
So, yeah. Okay, so is raising a CAC score inherently bad if we do it on purpose with statins?
Bam.
No, it's not inherently bad. I'm not saying it's inherently bad, but
you left people to assume that in your argument earlier, because you're a theologue and a propagandist who is not interested in educating people. You're interested in making arguments to try and support what is ostensibly a theological position statement that put forward by the Holy Canon written down by the High Church of Anorexia Vegana, by the High Pencil Neck, whoever that is. Okay? Is that fair? Am I being fair? Because it's all about fair, isn't it, here? Yeah, good.
what I'm saying is we actually don't glean much useful information from that study, nor can we say that those people are better off, after versus before the car.
Ah, right. So the study is able to inform us on outcomes, just like every other prospective cohort study. Thank you, Matthew Nagra. You've just shot yourself right in the cock. Well, again, I'm assuming a lot of things there, aren't I? I shouldn't assume things, should I, Nicole?
I'm not touching that one with a 1 foot.
With a big cock?
I'm out.
Thank you. Right.
Diet. And of course, there's the huge issue of selection bias. Like I said,
now these kind of issues are important, whereas before, when you wanted to produce studies that suffer the exact same faults, that wasn't important or worth mentioning. Okay.
if I went on my social media, like, hey, if you got better on a vegan diet, sign up for this survey, presumably nobody would accept that as good science, right? And it's really the same.
So why do they accept any prospective cohort study on the exact same logic?
That's the same exact point Chaffee made earlier in the debate, though, that Nagra came back and argued. This is the exact thing that Chaffee said in a different way, but now he's saying the same thing he said, but when Anthony said it, he came back and wanted to argue his point in an argument that Dr. Chaffee didn't even say. So it's like, where's Lauren at in all of this on breaking this up? Because this makes absolute no sense what's happening right here.
Exactly.
Thing that occurred there.
So again, the point I was making with that was not that this is the end all be all study. I was specifically saying it was flawed and saying that it wasn't showing what I wanted to show, what we wanted to.
In other words, stop strawmanning Matthew Nagra. Deal with what's in front of you, like reality. That objective thing we all find ourselves immersed in, except you, son. The thing that you seem to have managed to divorce yourself from. The thing that you can't see when it's staring you right in the mirror. Obviously. Patently. No? Okay.
Talk about. I said specifically that this is not comparing like for like. This is not showing us, what we want to see. We want to see whole food plant-based diet, whole food meat-based diet. We want to do it in a rigorous fashion. And I was saying that wasn't it. And I was also saying that there are other examples. So I was actually being disparaging of my own side, saying that we don't really have good studies in that regard.
And neither do they. Nobody has good studies still.
As far as the zoo animals are concerned and the animals in the wild, I would be interested to see, if they were able to control for being fed outside of their diet.
Why? Still. Really? Let's focus the debate on human beings, perhaps.
I would also be interested to see, but that also doesn't presuppose that, just because they get.
I had heard before that this was a shit show, but I didn't know how really, truly shit show this was.
Yeah, I think I'm losing more brain cells the second time around, and I've watched half of this debate already. It's a shit show.
I think that this video is shortening my lifespan.
I'm getting scurvy.
Yes, scurvy. Right, come on, team carnivore. You can do it. Come on.
Certain illnesses in that environment that if they were eating otherwise, they wouldn't get worse. There were studies.
It doesn't tell us either way. I will acknowledge it doesn't actually tell us either way. Of course, like in the wild, maybe sick animals, maybe they do get sick, but they just die quicker, so we can't properly
Yeah.
studied. Like that, it could go either way. I would agree with that.
Yeah. So there was
You heard it here first, boys and girls. Matthew Nagra goes either way. He just said so. And again, I don't suspect you'll touch that one with a 10-foot cock.
studying. I'm sorry, I don't have it up, but just remind.
Oh, that was unfortunate. Puerile Ted. You know better than that. Goodness, I can't take him anywhere, can I? He just can't behave, can Ted? I can't do a thing with him.
I think I have to cut this question, unfortunately, unless
I'm fine.
Yeah, cut the question because we haven't actually had any answers.
Was this still question? She cut it off like 30 minutes in, and this was just one question that just didn't
Yep.
even. What I don't even remember at this point what the heck the first question even was. Like what were
What
they
is
even
best?
answering?
The question was, what is best for a human being in terms of diet?
Oh, that's what the question is, and then it kind of went off to this.
Yeah.
Like we're so far in and gone off on so
Yeah.
many branches. I forgot what the heck she even asked.
Exactly. So they've spent half an hour fluffing around what is the best diet for a human being, to which the answer is very short. The
So-
answer goes like this. Still, well, number one, we don't have any empirical evidence to tell us definitely what the best thing for a human being is, cause and effect. But I'll tell you what, here are some anecdotes based on what we understand about human physiology, the human genetic gift, human anthropology, all that kind of stuff. It looks pretty much like 100% carnivores worked pretty well for us, actually. And there's this new offshoot, this brand new cult-like idea that we should eat nothing but plants, but it's false, because 84% of people that ever start that diet quit within 5 years, and 90% of those people say it was catastrophic health failure born of nutrient deficiency that was the problem. I think we're done. So that would be my litigation of question one. Great. So let me summarize. One, we have no evidence either way, so we have anecdotes. We do have inferences from actual science, like stable isotope testing, that tells us the answer of what we did eat. If you accept Darwinian evolution as a fact, then congratulations, welcome to people with more than 3 brain cells. And that shows absolutely that that's what we'll be selected for. Is that what we've got in our makeups, both genetically and biologically and organ systems wise and all of that? Yes, it is. I think we're done. That's question one. Holy shit. Are they still on it? Man, this is why you should elect me for the debates. Everybody, all debates. I should be the man, I think.
Raymond asked, does anyone have any booze left? I wish I started because I would feel freaking incredible right now.
Yes. Yes. Right. Okay, make some progress, team, for goodness sake.
Like I feel like this is inherent to the discussion personally, but like it's totally up to you two as well, Anthony, if you care.
Well,
I'll make it just.
another minute.
Maybe just,
So now he's saying it's inherent to the discussion. So now he's explicitly giving up any idea that this is a debate, and now we're having a discussion. When did Matthew Nagra get to set the rules? First of all, ignore the rules agreed to, and then reset the rules. Redefine what we're doing here. We're having a discussion. That is in effect what we're doing because we don't have a moot, but how does he get to decide that that's what's happening? I don't know.
just a quick couple points, and then we can move on. It's just the matter of study with it looked at elephants and whales.
Oh, really? Can we get on with people? Can we talk about people, please? I will cry soon.
Holy moly.
Huge animals. They've got a lot of cells and tissue. They should have higher rates of cancer. There's more cells that can go wrong and turn cancerous, but they found they had very, very low, negligible cancer rates. And then like, okay, well, what is this? And they sort of looked at that. They came up with sort of genetic reasons for that. But the point is that it's very low. Elephants obviously being large herbivores. Whales being large carnivores, they're just eating meat basically, or plankton, things like that, or krill, I should say. So that's just that point. The point about reproduction age, only getting to reproduction age, that's the only benefit. That's not quite true, because you get to reproduction age, you have kids. If you die immediately, your kids are dead.
There you go. And the same thing if your old people all die off. Then you don't have the wisdom and experience. And when that thing comes around that happened 50 years ago that no one can remember, we all die again. I think we've done with this one with the antagonistic pleiotropy. Yeah. I think, and Anthony Chaffee's got it right there. That's an example of why it's rubbish.
You have to be able to wean them and bring them to adulthood as well.
Through
So
the
if
reproductive
someone was-
window, yes, I would agree. Through the like, I mean, really, at the
Yeah.
end of the day, you're talking about till about 40 or so, 40, 45. I would grant that. I'm just not.
False. Men are capable of fathering children into their 80s often. This is a bloke who claims to be a naturopathic doctor, and he doesn't understand that. That's interesting.
Not saying into like the
Yeah.
70s, 80s, 90s.
Well, then you're wrong. Demonstrably wrong. Again, there are some stats on that if you want to go and have a look at it.
Just to be clear, right?
Yeah,
There's
well,
no advantage to
and-
living
and-
that long.
Yeah, there is still, and we've already outlined it. It's knowledge, wisdom, and experience. Still, that's the benefit. That's why we respect our elders. That's why we listen. That's why we learn from them. That's why we survive. Good.
Well, it's societally, I think it is. You have like the elders and the wise men, all these sorts of things.
Here you go. Anthony Chaffee's got it. Absolutely. Antagonistic pleiotropy. Done. No.
That pass down that information, and you have the grandfathers and great grandfathers who pass down human knowledge and experience. And so there can be a societal benefit, but you're right. The minimum that you need is to get to, say, 40 so that your kids are adults and they can at least fend for themselves. But even in the different population studies looking at, like Malcolm Gladwell wrote about this in Outliers, you have different populations genetically sort of doing things differently in different areas, and they didn't have the same longevity outcomes. Whereas the areas they had better longevity is when they had 3 generations, 4 generations living in the same household, and everyone was helping out and taking care of things. So I think there is an advantage to that. But you're right, the strict cutoff, I think, is not just at reproduction age, though. It's probably double or more than that. And then the one piece of information.
Wait, can I just add just one quick?
Can I just interrupt again, because this is not going well for me, and I just want to make sure I redirect your attention again. That's what he's doing there. Am I wrong?
Oh, this is brutal.
point on that last thing you said, just one point. I would say, though, as an alternative hypothesis, it could even be detrimental, as you're actually feeding resources, perhaps.
Oh, you absolute fuckstick. You mindless twat. Sorry about that, but there's no other way to respond to it. What an absolute load of rubbish. Dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Dear, oh dear.
To keeping someone alive who isn't going to be passing down genetic material, who isn't going to be.
Because the only thing we're here to do is pass down genetic material. Ladies, get ready. Lube yourselves up or something, whatever it is you need to do. You've only got one task. Get on your backs and get it done. Men, get round. Take turns, however it works. That's all you have to do. Just spread it everywhere. That's it. What are you sitting here watching this for? You should be off doing that, because that's your only task in life. Surely. Okay, I think I've made the point. Anything you want to add there, Nicole, or are you still not touching anything that's more than a foot long?
I just want to move on to question 2 that she said we were moving on to like 5 minutes ago.
Yes, well, let's let them.
Helping reproduce. So it could go either way.
Well, that's
Well,
that's why the Inuit go and expose themselves, right? That was the thing when they're too old to chew their leather. They just go outside and they expose themselves. Say, hey, we're not pulling our weight. These are harsh environments, and so we got to go. But they don't do that at 40. They were doing that when their teeth wore out to such a degree that they couldn't chew on skins anymore and help at least make leather and things like that. So
it doesn't sound like they were very healthy then.
Again, an opinion. Who cares about opinions? This is supposed to be a debate about science.
I was trying hard not to laugh when Anthony kept saying exposing themselves. Like he said it multiple times.
Yes. Let's all go and expose ourselves.
No, we're not rats, right? We don't regrow our teeth, so they wear down. And so if you're using your teeth as a tool, they're going to wear down. It's not that they're falling out or rotting. And in fact, that gets me to another point, which is pre and post agriculture. Archaeologists know the skeleton of pre and post agriculture. So there's a hard line. Before agriculture, teeth were much better, jaws were better developed, less cavities, less lost teeth. Brains were 11% larger, on average 5 inches taller. After agriculture, brains smaller, stature smaller, teeth are crowded, crooked, broken, cavities, and they have shorter femurs, which is a sign of malnutrition, and signs of tuberculosis in their spines and bones. That is also obviously signs of ill health. And so you can see a clear cutoff when we change dramatically our population-wide diet, that there was significant developmental ramifications because of that.
With regard to agriculture, we didn't need to hunt anymore as much. We didn't need to be on our feet and as large. As far as brain size, that doesn't, so we didn't select for it as much. As far as brain size doesn't dictate intelligence. I mean, look.
No, clearly not, because Matthew Nagra's brain is probably a similar size to mine, but which one of us would you trust? Sure.
Is
Yeah, the
Lauren
largest,
okay?
Say that again.
That was a nice pause. Is Lauren okay? She looks like she's like zoning out. She's like not even present. She's sleeping with her eyes open.
Yeah.
Brains in the world, sperm whales, for example, and a few other large mammals, they aren't more intelligent than us. You even look at brain to body size ratio. Shrews have a bigger brain to body size ratio than we do. They aren't smarter than us.
Yeah, that ratio isn't the same thing as size, though, is it, Matthew Nagra? So once again, apples and pears, misdirect, trying to argue for the sake of arguing and not informing on the question, which, by the way, what is the question? What's the moot point here? Oh, that's right. We're still dealing with question 1, which is what is the best thing for a human diet, to which the answer remains the same as it was as I gave it a few minutes ago. Still.
Our number of neurons, as far as I'm aware, has not significantly declined. If anything, may have gone up. And so we are more intelligent, so to speak, than we would have been.
Some of us, Matthew, perhaps.
And back then. And so I don't see how that has any bearing. And ultimately, it comes back to those long-term health outcomes that I care about. Well, it could be the case that we just didn't. Sorry, I just want to
let
address.
you come back to that, and I think it's worth coming back to. I think
That's the first time she's
She
actually
speaks.
exerted herself. Well done, Lauren, but it's you're 40 minutes late. Nearly. Fuck. Flex your muscles. Get this turd in line.
we should move on to the next one. The question is basically, can you get adequate nutrition from a plant-based diet?
Depends what you mean. If you mean plant only, no supplementation, fortification, well then no, I'd say that's not adequate.
That's the question. Can you get complete nutrition from a plant-based diet, not a plant-based diet with 30 supplements from your diet? So I actually heard this part. So listen to what this knucklehead says.
Yes. And also, you know, the word, the key word there is based, plant-based, which is a value judgment statement. Because Salad Boy, Paul Saladingo, still calls himself a carnivore MD, still says he's meat-based. So again, you've got an escape that you don't have an operational definition that can pin you down to a meaning. Based. Okay. Anyway, yes, as you say, Nicole, let's hear what he says.
Advocate for people to supplement appropriately. Obviously, the one that everyone is aware of is vitamin B12. And when we supplement appropriately and we look at populations who are doing that, we see that...
Why is it that all vegans have their sentences like this? Why do they have this upward inflection at the end? Why is it that everything sounds like this? And why do they all sound the same? At a higher pitch than what I've just given it.
And why do they only think they need B12? Like,
this B12 is the only thing missing from the
diet.
It's
like 16.
Yeah, exactly. Something like 16 identified required nutrients for human beings that are absolutely missing from a diet which is devoid of animal material. We're done with that. Yep. You cannot get adequate nutrition by eating plants. However, that wasn't the question. The question was plant-based, in which case there's no definition and any answer could be thematically correct because it's an interpretation.
They do just fine. They have similar...
Just fine as a value judgment statement.
Rates or similar nutrient status and rates of deficiency to omnivorous counterparts who are eating a lot.
Rates of nutrient deficiency and sufficiency, how is that defined and by whom? According to what? How do you define that? That's just words.
I'm sorry, Mama Cracker. I see this Smurf background. Be right back. She's going on a liquor run.
La 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 la. No singing.
Drink up.
Oh dear. No, I think your background is Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you,
Mm.
Papa Smurf.
Right.
more animal products. I mean, we see this out of some research. I'll just actually share my screen again real quick.
Oh, shit, really.
Research out of Switzerland. I mean, there are a bunch of other papers as well that I could pull from, but I really liked the one out of
I think he's having a tremendous pull, frankly.
Switzerland because they looked at rates of deficiency as well.
Defined how. You can talk about the rate of something, but if you don't tell us how you've defined what that thing even is, then what are you measuring? And is a deficiency based on some arbitrary standard? Yes. Or is it based on clinical outcomes for people? No. So is this study of any value clinically? No. Can you get at someone's nutrient status by measuring a certain nutrient in their blood? No. You can't. But that's not important because what Matthew wants to do is cite another paper. Because that's how you win the day. You cite more papers than your opponent does, and you misrepresent what those papers are even capable of informing on. And then, I don't know, Jesus. Should we hit the red button?
Eject.
Is it right here? And so if you're looking at omnivore vegans on the right, similar rates of low magnesium, similar rates of low hemoglobin,
Okay, so just nonsense.
plasma ferritin,
So what?
similar for zinc.
So what? Are we looking at any kind of hard health outcome here? No, we're just looking at proxy measurements of things. What's the point?
Similar for iodine, mind you, everybody was low in iodine, presumably not having much like iodized salt or what have you, or fish in this population, or seaweed for people eating plants. Vitamin A was similar, beta carotene, vitamin E, C. Actually, for C, the omnivores tended to be a little bit higher as far as rates of deficiency, but that
Deficiency, again, is not being defined here.
wasn't significant. B2, roughly similar. B6, actually the vegetarians were higher there, but the omnivores and vegans.
Right, so a false premise, again begging the question, again we are left to assume that having blood nutrient responses on a blood test for various things in our blood can inform on the likelihood of a health outcome of any kind, or can inform on whether we have enough of something or don't clinically, because it cannot inform on that. So this is a waste of time. Show me some clinical outcome studies that are properly controlled. Do you have any experimental studies, cause and effect on that, Matthew Nagra? No again? Okay.
It's very similar. B12, no significant differences. Folic acid, actually, the omnivores were lower. And actually, speaking of that, Michaela Peterson publicly acknowledged that her folate levels were low when she
on a blood test on one occasion.
Tested them, and so she started supplementing with that as well on a carnivore diet. But this all
So n equals 1.
All just comes back to what I was talking about before, is that like if we can get all of our nutrition,
but you can't. So it's begging the question again, if we can do that, leaving us to assume that you are correct that we can, which we can't demonstrably, because 84% of people quit within 5 years, and 90% of those people say catastrophic health failure was the reason as diagnosed. We have deficiency diseases now. So there goes your idea that you can get all your nutrition, even in a so-called supplemented vegan diet, because they still fail, don't they? Maybe the supplements don't work.
Well, it's not in the correct currency either, because a lot of them will state iron. Okay, well, there's a difference between heme and non-heme. K. Okay, well, K1 is in plants. Your body actually prefers K2. So like they'll state all these vitamins, but they fail to mention the correct currency of these vitamins as well as the absorbability of those vitamins. So yeah, and this study doesn't distinguish between, like you mentioned, vitamin A. So like the study doesn't distinguish between the currencies either of the vitamins that you're getting, and then your body has to work harder to convert K1 to K2, you know, to the extent it's able to do that. So I mean, there's a flaw right there in a lot of these studies when they just blanket say vitamin K, but they don't break out K1 to K2 and what our body prefers and the
Yeah.
rate at which our body can do the conversion and all that stuff. So it's flawed right off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Yeah. Another example is vitamin C. Most carnivores would be determined by a blood test to be deficient in vitamin C because we are assumed to need a higher level than what we actually do, need. So again, begging the question, fallacy.
You know, a plant-based diet plus appropriate supplementation, and it leads to better health outcomes, lower rates.
Than what? And leads to as a cause and effect statement. So presumably you now have an experiment that you can show us where you can outline this cause and effect statement that you can describe as leads to. Incredible, isn't it, kids?
Of cancer incidence based on this meta-analysis from 2017. Lower risk of ischemic heart disease based on this
Nope. No risk.
meta-analysis from earlier this year, vegans compared to non-vegetarians. What's the problem?
So a non-vegetarian is anyone who's not a vegan. So they might be carnivore, they might be omnivore, they might be standard diet, they might be relatively so-called healthy diet, they might be really junk food diet. So what's our comparator? Mishmash.
Why do we need to consume a diet that doesn't come with supplementation, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense when the health outcomes are suggesting that it is healthy. And
there are no studies that look at hard health outcomes, cause and effect. And in fact, the studies that purport to look at health outcomes associatively don't. They lie because they're still all adjusted, aren't they? Still.
Well, then he's talking, why do we need to worry about all the supplements? Okay, so if you're taking, we'll say if a vegan is supplementing appropriately, right? They're deficient in at least 16 nutrients. So say they're taking 16, we'll be generous, 10 supplements. What do you think's processing that stuff?
Yeah.
Your liver and kidneys. So you don't think over time, like, how is that going to affect your organs? Because it's processed differently than food. And there's no studies that show that, but I don't want to be that experiment and that test dummy to take all those supplements for the rest of my life and see what happens. But that's something that they're not.
Trust the science. Take the thing, experimental or not.
But that's not what I've never heard a vegan address the risk of taking all of those supplements. Not one vegan I have ever heard making their argument that they could just supplement. But what is that going to do long term to your organs? Like no one talks about that. Like I don't know because there's no studies doing that. But I mean, it can't be as good as getting your nutrition from food.
Great. Good. Right. More progress. Click over here would be better.
Well, maybe not everybody cares about the health outcomes, but that would be my kind of position or my response to that question.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, Dr. Chaffee. What do you say about can you get an adequate amount of nutrition from just a plant-based diet?
Yeah, well, I think that is an important point, and that if a diet is lacking in specific essential nutrients like B12, but there are more, then that cannot be our evolved biologically appropriate diet.
That's not the question he was asked. He was asked whether it is possible to get all the nutrient you need from a plant-based diet, to which the answer is, well, first you need to define what a plant-based diet is so that we know what we're talking about. This is why I should do the debates.
And this doesn't even go into bioavailability of different nutrients, because there are quite a lot of nutrients.
Anytime a carnivore influencer is challenged to a debate by any one of these turds, you should turn around and say, Bart K is the person who does that for us. Front up to him. That's what we should all do, in my opinion. Just my thoughts. Doesn't have to be anybody else's, except you can't voice it otherwise, because if you do disagree with me, that is hate speech. Hate speech is what that is.
That are locked up in ways that we can't access. There are traditional methods of releasing them, like nishtomatization in maize. It releases a lot of the nutrients.
So, I mean, if you want some neurosurgery done, are you going to ask Anthony Chaffee to do that, or are you going to ask me to do the neurosurgery? Because I'll tell you what, one of us is a neurosurgeon, and it's not me. It's Anthony Chaffee. So he's the man for that. If there's a debate to be had about this, about the science of nutrition, then I'm the man that should be doing that. I hope that's clear. Anyway.
Like niacin and detoxifies, and this is where tamales come from, is that process of nishtomatization. And cooking and all these sorts of things can bring out these nutrients. But what does that mean? It means we are not designed to do it naturally ourselves. And so I think that inherently is important when we're talking about what we're supposed to eat. As far as just hopping back to the change, is it a bad thing that our brains are smaller? Well, I think it is, and I don't think that it's that you can say that it was a selection factor, because this was a hard line. It wasn't that's gradually happened over the
like
course
one
of
generation, or like.
So the rules about interjecting.
Like how quickly did it happen?
A couple hundred years, yeah. Well, that's out of a book. That's out of a book from Oxford University, and they said before agriculture, directly after agriculture, these were the differences.
Well, sure, but like I want to know how long, right? If that's taking place over thousands of years, it could totally just be a selection event. It's not as advantageous, right? It was in a book somewhere. I mean, I just prefer to see.
I'll bring it up for you.
Yeah, please do. And like just to understand kind of how long that was, and if it, because the way that you're speaking about it, maybe
that's the thing. So this doesn't say the time period that this does it. It just talked about just pre-agriculture and post-agriculture.
Yeah, because agriculture
10,000 years ago.
Agriculture
says
spreads
post-agriculture man 10,000 years ago.
Yeah, so I mean that's a fair amount of time. That's a lot of generations to pass down through. And as far as when,
not geologically, it isn't. No, it's a blink of an eyelid. Again, if Matthew Nagra understood anything about genetics or genetic drift, he'd know that.
That started and ended. And agriculture was introduced at different times in different places around the world.
Yeah, around about 2,000 years, though, spread across the entire planet. So it doesn't really matter.
So this is saying post-agricultural people 10,000 years ago.
Okay.
So not comparing us now to 10,000 years ago. It's comparing skeletons from 10,000 years ago to pre-agricultural man.
But to when? Like what part?
Oh, he's not even listening because he's too busy trying to think about what he's going to say next. Anthony Chaffee just explained that. It's looking at skeletons that are all about 10,000 years old, differentiating those skeletons between which ones of those people ate a lot of plant material were post-agricultural and those that did not, they were pre-agricultural. How do we know that? Stable isotope testing of the collagen and the long bones tells us what that person ate during their life. Then what they did is they morphologically compared the human skeletons of the plant eaters with the meat eaters, and they were different in a number of respects. That was his point. Why the hell are we laboring it? Nicole, can you help?
I don't think it's possible. When I did my my reaction to this, I actually skipped this section because it was stupid. It had nothing to do with the question that was asked. So I actually didn't listen to this whole thing. I kind of just skipped ahead because it didn't apply.
All right, well, let's let this wash over us a bit and I'll remain silent for as long as I can stand it.
Right? Well, how long ago? Is that 100, 200,000 years ago pre-agricultural, or is it 12,000?
No, he said it's 1,000 years, all of them, give or take.
Years ago, right? Or sorry,
Yeah.
200,000. Yeah, so we need to know where that is, right? We can't just say, oh, it's a hard line all of a sudden.
Oh, now we need to be controlled and precise with our language of what we're looking at, now that it suits Matthew Nagra, when we didn't have to do that before, when he was being theological and posing as ridiculous propagandic nonsense. Okay.
We see these changes happening in like a couple generations. We want to know, is that over many tens or hundreds of thousands of years? And so without seeing that, it's just really hard to buy that there was this hard line.
Well, personal incredulity fallacy is what that one is. I haven't seen it. I find it hard to conceive of, ergo it must be wrong. Okay. Well, that's a fallacy. No points for Matthew Nagra again.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have the whole book handy. I only have this picture. You can see it here. And it's pre-agricultural man and post-agricultural man 10,000 years ago. And there was this sharp decline in height. And it goes through all the different sorts of issues in the skeletal deformations that they found. And so it doesn't say exactly when.
Yeah, it doesn't tell us when or how long.
All right, so now Matthew Nagra is basically arguing that what Anthony Chaffee is presenting here is not a disciplined, controlled, scientific proof that this was related to that. There are a bunch of challenges you can throw at it, all the while ignoring the fact that every single thing that he promotes to support his argument suffers the exact same flaws. This is a hypocrite. This is a steaming, pustulous, stinking hypocrite and an offensive little boy while he's at it. It's incredible, isn't it? Just the level of misdirect that these clowns have to put together to try and make their ridiculous ideology seem remotely reasonable in any way.
But I don't know how much of a.
I'm with you, but but the what's being relayed here in that picture is this is like, that this is a hard line. This is pre-agriculture. This is not 500,000 years ago. I'll try and find the book and send it to you, but that is what, and see where it says specifically that. Unfortunately, I don't have that with me right now, but that is what that is suggesting, is that this is a direct hard line. But in any case, the idea that we are optimal on a diet that is lacking in basic nutrients, I don't think that follows. There was, certainly there can be an issue with folate. People with the MTHFR gene mutation don't methylate folate properly, and so they might need a little bit more. But generally what they do is they just eat more liver, and that takes care of it. And I have a number of patients who have done that and have improved on that, and they don't need to take the engineered supplements. They can still just eat meat. They just have to add in a bit of organs, and so they can still get complete nutrition that way. There's more than B12. There's D3, obviously. There's K2. You can get K1 from plants, but it doesn't convert very well over to K2, and you need K2. That's required, and it's actually found to be in poor dentition and jaw development if you have a lack of K2. Vitamin A in its whole form, retinol, does not exist in plants. You got to get it from the carotenoids like beta carotene, but you have to eat quite a lot of these things to get enough vitamin A, sometimes as much as 6 pounds of carrots. And there are about 45% of people.
You can't eat 6 pounds of carrots. They've all been eaten by the gorillas and such in the zoos. Remember that species appropriate gorilla diet that's based on carrots? Remember that one?
That are hypo metabolizers of beta carotene. So it's very difficult for them to get vitamin A as well. Carnitine, this is considered a non-essential amino acid because we make it, but there's evidence that as much as 30% of people don't make enough, and they do need that from their diet as well. And then you're looking at amino acid.
Jennifer, we are live right now, this minute. This is happening as you watch it. Well, there's a short delay of a few seconds I think it's about 20 seconds between what we said and when you see it on the YouTubes. So to all intents and purposes, now, live and stuff.
Balance and bioavailability. This again, you can get a complete protein. You certainly can from plants, but it's not necessarily in the right proportions. And if I can find one.
Show me a person who eats only plants that has decent musculature that doesn't take the gear. That's the anecdote that supports the concept on that one. Seems to make sense to me. Let's look at the results, okay? How many are vegans, as a general rule, are they robust, muscled, masculine or feminine as the case may be? Sorry about that for those of you that don't necessarily think that there are only two ways of being. You do you. Well, the answer is no. Vegans are generally under-muscled, under conditioned for what's healthy. They are basically nutrient deficient right from the very basis of their protein metabolism upwards, patently. So do we need a mechanism to prove that that's so? If you want to say that it's cause and effect, which I'm not doing right now, I'm just saying that's what we see almost universally. It's pretty much the same thing as what they're saying. Well, what we see is, heart disease and this and that, whatever. That's just associations. But I think it's an interesting one. Yes, you absolutely theoretically can get perfectly sufficient protein on a vegan diet. Great. Show me some vegans that are optimal in terms of a healthy level of musculature. I'm not talking about being overly muscled. That's a different thing, and that's not healthy in anybody, actually. But, yeah. It's just about common sense, I think. A thing that's entirely lacking from the vegan population, common sense.
For these studies that's looking at plant source proteins that was not so favorable, and it was much more favorable with animal source proteins, if I can find it here.
While you're looking that up, do you mind if I just mention a couple things?
Sure.
Yeah. So I want to talk about each of these, the K2, vitamin A, things that you just mentioned, but I want to understand this idea of like, well, if you need to supplement, then the diet's inferior or not as healthy or optimal, so to speak. Let's just do a quick thought experiment. Let's say there's two diets, right? There's diet A, which provides everything that you need as far as essential nutrients, and then there's diet B, which provides most of what you need, but you do need to supplement a couple things. 2 things, 3 things, whatever. It doesn't matter to me here. Now, diet B also, and let's say we didn't know this definitively, leads to better long-term health outcomes, lower risk of cardiovascular.
Again, that's begging the question. That's hypothetically saying that this leads to that, and we don't have any cause and effect data still. And Lauren should be pulling him up on this. No, Matthew, that's unacceptable. We don't have the data for that. So why would we imagine that that's true? Begging the question fallacy. Unacceptable.
Disease, cancers, all-cause mortality, etc. Which of those 2 diets would you choose?
It's a hypothetical question based on a completely non-valid reality. It's nothing that's real. So who cares? It's just a subterfuge. It's a way of trying to lead your opponent around by the nose in a so-called debate situation rather than actually get to the truth of the situation. It's about being in control rather than educating anybody. It's about being a stuck-up little wanker, basically. Just my opinion. Doesn't have to be anybody else's. But don't forget the rules about hate speech.
Well, it depends on the evidence. But I
Well,
don't
no.
Yeah, good. Well done.
For sake of the hypothetical, we have hard evidence. It meets every criteria that you need.
Well, we don't have that. So the hypothetical is invalid. The logic is invalid. The line of questioning is invalid. It's a control technique to try and get Anthony Chaffee to go down the line he wants him to go down, rather than letting the man say what he wants to say. It's a debate technique. It's got nothing to do with objective reality, validity, who's right and who's wrong. It's incredible.
Causal inference.
But we don't, though.
No, but
he's got him again. You're great, but we don't have that. Cool, awesome. Hypothetically, if you had that, that'd be interesting. You don't have that, so can we move on?
but hypothetically,
Yeah, but let me repeat it again to make sure you understand that I'm in control here. And let me say, but hypothetically, if it were true, then what? What's the point? It isn't true. We don't have that. Shall we move on?
we do. I'm trying to understand your value.
I'm trying to understand. That's another debate technique. No, you're not. Matthew Nagra, you're not trying to understand a damn thing. You're trying to control this situation with bluster and nonsense by repeatedly asking a man to speculate on hypothetical situations that we have already seen to be demonstrably not in play here.
Use, right? And so just in that hypothetical, if those are the two
Yeah,
examples,
but I don't think that follows, because if you're biologically designed
no,
to eat
we're going
something,
right. That's the whole. The debate is about that, right?
Hang on, the debate has a moot though. What's the moot? Still, we've had 1.5 questions.
debate is about which is ultimately healthier. I'm just trying to.
Well, is it though? Because that's an overarching topic area. That's not a moot. A moot is a formalized statement. One proponent of a debate takes one position on that statement and defends that statement, and one tries to refute that statement. Neither one of these gentlemen has made a statement that's a moot. This is not a debate. This is a discussion. Well, it would be if Matthew Nagra would shut up and let Anthony Chaffee say what he wants to say. It's incredible.
Understand if it were the case. If I were to show you this,
Come and try and talk over the top of me, Matthew Nagra. Come and try it, son. See what happens.
would you accept that? Right. So in these two situations, hell, they aren't even carnivore and vegan. Let's just throw those out for a
So
second.
let's throw the whole line out because it's pointless. This is just rubbish. This is misdirect.
Question number 2. Can you get complete nutrition from a plant-based diet? Please tell me how whatever is coming out of Dr. Nagra's mouth for the last 3 minutes is relevant to question number 2.
Exactly. It's not. Question 2 is, can you get all the nutrient you need from a plant-based diet? And the answer is still, well, that depends on how you define plant-based diet.
Yes.
So we need a definition of that to answer the question. Given that we don't have that definition, we can't answer the question. And might I say, while we're here, how late are you, Master Chief Burgess, to this important camouflaged training session? Ted did not see you at the camouflage training this morning. Goodness me. Goodness me. Report to the Master Chief Burgess, after the live stream, and he will discipline you appropriately. And if you don't, look out. Anyway, welcome. Glad you're here. Hope things are well. We're just dealing with Anthony Chaffee in his quite frustrating exchange with this absolute turd here on the left of the screen, of those three there. Right, so what are you going to say, Matthew Nagra, that's of any value to anybody ever?
They're unnamed diets. We know nothing about them other than what I just said.
So why are you insisting on Anthony Chaffee answering your question, which is both hypothetical, demonstrably incorrect in reality, and of no value, other than so that you can control the situation? Still.
Diet A provides all of what you need, other than all of what you need as far as essential nutrients. Diet B provides most, but we have to supplement a few things, but it leads to better long-term health outcomes. Which of those two would you say is healthier? Would you choose?
Who cares? It's a hypothetical situation that doesn't exist in reality. So let's move on. Don't answer that question, Anthony Chaffee. If you do, we can't be friends, son. I'm kidding. We'll be friends, of course. Irrespective, but don't answer that question, seriously.
Well, I think it's still a false comparison.
No,
Good. Excellent. Good. He's got it. not to answer that question because it's irrelevant.
It's really not a false. It's a hypothetical to understand your values,
You
right?
don't want to understand him. You want to control the discussion still.
So let's just
So
put
it
it this way.
depends on what the evidence shows.
Wait, hold on. I'm saying the evidence.
No, I'm answering your
No,
question. I'm
No,
answering
you're
your
not.
question.
You're not answering it
I'm
because
trying
it
to
should be.
answer
Because the question is ridiculous and he shouldn't answer it.
your question right now. If
You're
if
not
you
answering
could
it though.
show
Answer my question or I'll cry because I'm trying to use this just to derail things and make people so frustrated that they tune out and think you won. And then they go on the interwebs and say, Matthew Nagra won the debate. No, you didn't. You didn't produce a single valid point on any topic whatsoever that would establish anything with regard to the moot. And even if you had, you'd still be wrong in that respect because we still don't have a moot. It's all pretty straightforward stuff, really.
me hard
I'm-
evidence that I was convinced
Yeah,
of,
and it is in
then
this
yes, I would go
hypothetical.
with the most helpful one.
Okay, so you
I
would
would go with the most
so
healthy one.
okay in the
If
case
you
that
could do that.
yeah. So what that tells me is that what you care about are the health outcomes over things like whether or not you need the supplement, whether or not some things are biological diet, and so on. The health.
See, he made the mistake of caving in and answering the question, which he should not have done. He should have been absolutely resolute, saying this question is ridiculous and I will not entertain it. Do you have something else for me? That's what people should do in this situation. We're all here to learn. I'm not, as I say, I am not here to critique Anthony Chaffee. Anthony Chaffee has my full respect. I'm just trying to educate people as to how you respond to these turds. And you respond to it by being absolutely resolute. Your question is pointless. Your question doesn't relate to anything in reality. I will not entertain your question. What is next? And it doesn't matter how many times you have to repeat that. Whether he sits there for half an hour and repeatedly asks you the same question, you give the same answer, which is I will not engage with that nonsense. What have you got for me by way of evidence to support your moot point, which, by the way, we're still waiting for? What is the moot?
Health outcomes are the be all end all above all of that. That's what that tells me. And so that brings us back to the health outcome data. You still haven't explained.
No, it doesn't. Because the health outcome data is adjusted. It's fabricated still.
Why it is the case that when we substitute red meat for plant protein sources, we see improvements in outcomes.
We don't in any meaningful way. The differentials are very small, very, very small indeed, in fact.
Haven't been able to critique any of those studies so far, or
Yeah, we have. They are all associative studies. None of them can inform on cause and effect, and risk is a cause and effect statement. I think we've been quite clear on this. Still.
explain to me why it is that vegans consistently do better than people following a diet, at least closer to what you're recommending in the case of, omnivorous.
All right. So an omnivorous diet is closer to a carnivore diet. Ergo, what I'm saying about people doing better, at least in the short term, on a vegan diet as compared to someone on the standard diet, therefore applies to carnivores as well, which ignores entirely the fact that the reason that the people on the mixed diet don't do so well is the Randall cycle, an issue which is not at play in either of carnivores or vegans so much. Great. What's left? Which one of those diets leaves people quitting to the tune of 84% of people within 5 years and 90% of those people citing catastrophic health failure? Well, that's the vegan diet. My decision's straightforward then, isn't it? Carnivore it is. Easy. That's my logics. Do you have different logics than that, Lauren? Oh, Lauren. You're not Lauren, you're Nicole. Do you have different logics?
No, but speaking of Lauren, I wish she would wake up and cut this off because this has nothing to do with the question, and she just needs to cut this off and end this right now.
Yeah, agreed.
Diets, more meat and dairy and whatnot. So that's
Yeah, but
ultimately.
I don't agree with your premise. I don't
There you
agree
go. The premise is false.
with that underlying premise.
Well, no.
That, something that we're not biologically designed for is going to be more healthy and it's going to have better health outcomes.
But here's the thing: I provided evidence that swap of red meat.
No, you didn't. You provided an associative study that is adjusted still. You provided no evidence of cause and effect of any kind. You offered us a bunch of not even observations because they were adjusted. It is a lie. Try that with me, son. It will not fly. I will not accept that. Cause and effect is established with experimental works. We're still waiting for those. Do you have any? Still no.
From even unprocessed red meat across different populations, different research groups, different study designs, including long-term randomized
Healthy user bias is at play. We are done.
controlled trials, leads to better outcomes.
Leads to is a cause and effect statement. Have another drink, everybody, those of you that are playing the game. Is anybody still compos mentis? Or are we all getting our stomachs pumped by now?
Outcomes long-term. And
there are other
you haven't-
studies that say
no,
the
but
opposite.
hold on. I'm happy to address all of those too. But what is the fundamental issue? Like, surely you're familiar with the Nurses' Health Study or Health Professionals' Fault.
Yes, very, very familiar indeed, personally. Yes. What are you going to say about that? Because it's another associative data set that was adjusted. And another data set that cannot inform on cause and effect. Not one jot, not one iota. That's somebody's fantasy. It also represents nurses and doctors who are absolutely not representative of a general population in terms of the way they live, are they? No. Also, its outcomes refer to those people under those circumstances at that time, like every other associative study. What is our problem with this? It is not science, Matthew Nagra. It does not establish cause and effect. It does not inform on risk still. Your data, so-called, has been dismissed as being of value or of leverage in this moot, if we knew what the moot was. This is why Matthew Nagra doesn't want to come and debate me. This is why nobody wants to come and debate me, by the way. People are always saying, why doesn't anybody ever debate Bart K? This is why.
Hey, we have a guest.
I do not misinterpret anything, Matthew Nagra. One of us is a scientist, sunshine. One of us has 2 decades publishing as first author in a scientific field of endeavor, sun. One of us is you. You are not a scientist. How dare you tell me I'm misinterpreting science? Pathetic. Come and debate me, sunshine, face to face. Come and bring your data. We'll deal with it face to face instead of snorkeling away in the background there.
Follow-up study. What are the inherent issues with that? Or better yet, what are the inherent issues with the Lyon Diet Heart Study, long-term RCT?
It's not an experiment. It cannot inform on cause and effect like any other of these studies. Still.
Can you point out specific issues?
Yes, they cannot inform on cause and effect, and your inferences are cause and effect. Risk. Still, it's the same problem. Still. Will not fly.
Either of those. Like
That's
methods.
not really the point. The
Well,
point
no,
is that
I think
there's countervailing arguments that are
look-
countervailing.
And again, with the interrupting, not letting the man even speak. It's rude, Matthew Nagra, you little boy. It's a rude little boy behavior.
Look,
Evidence.
there's countervailing
None of
evidence
these
for
studies are
smoking
perfect.
too.
None of
There's
these
counter-
Oh, let's bring up smoking, because that's absolutely an apt analogy for nutrition debates. Not. And the magnitude of outcome statistics, even associatively, are vastly different. So the analogy falls flat on its face, just like everything Matthew Nagra has said in this entire discussion so far.
These are perfect.
No,
None of these
I'm
studies
not saying they
perfect.
are.
They're all
I'm
gonna
not.
have flaws.
I'm wondering. I want to know what those flaws are, because here's the thing: those flaws need to ultimately apply to the studies I'm providing, but not to the studies that you're providing.
He's not providing any studies other than to say that there is different opinions on this issue, but nonetheless, they're all opinions. You're strawmanning him still. You're claiming that he has said something he has not said. It's a debate tactic. It's solipsism. It's not scientifically rigorous. It's not even decent, respectful adult behavior, Matthew Nagra.
In order to demonstrate
No,
that
I'm
your
not saying
studies
that
are
at
better.
all. See, the
No,
thing
no.
is that I haven't said that ever.
No,
I've
I
in
know.
fact-
I'm not.
I've
I'm not
spoke
saying.
actually disparagingly towards the studies.
There you go. And now he's stating exactly what I've just said, which is that he's just been strawmanned, and it's just been suggested that he's saying something he is not saying.
on
Yeah,
my side as
I'm
well.
not. I'm
If
not
they're not
saying you-
perfect. They're not good, and so that's why I said we shouldn't be looking at those studies. We should be going to first principles. What are we biologically designed to eat?
No, but see, I'm arguing. So again, we're going back to you just acknowledged that what you care about are the outcomes, right? You said that that is the be all end all based on that.
No, you railroaded into making it look like that's what he said. And the mistake he made was not sticking to refusing to answer your question. That meant that you could lead him there. Still, come and try it with me, son.
Hypothetical. That's what I care about too. I care about the people dying every day from cardiovascular disease, cancer, and so on. I don't.
Well, we all care about that, those of us who care about our fellow man. But some of us understand the level of science and inference that's available to us to tell us what the best likely approach is to try and minimize that in a population. And the plant-based diet is not it. So I think we're done with it.
Care whether or not we have an adaptation to extract nutrition from a given food, right? I care about, at the end of the day, is this going to help people prevent, falling on their face from a heart attack? That's what I care about. And I've provided evidence showing that that swap from red meat to plant protein.
So now you're going to make another cause and effect claim again, which is still not supported by anything you've produced, because nothing you have can inform us on cause and effect. Still.
Is a beneficial one. And I haven't seen any argument against the data I provided.
Other than it does not support or provide evidence of the claim you are making, which is a cause and effect claim. Ergo, it is inappropriate for you to claim that it does. It still doesn't. Nicole has left the building.
That's what I want to know. Is there any flaw? Like I've seen you say, and I can pull up the exact timestamp if you want, but I've seen you say you have to look at the methods of these studies to critique them. And pull that up. It's totally up to you.
I know what I said.
Yeah. So I'm asking you just to do that, right? To just critique methodologically. Surely you're familiar with, like I said, the Nurses Health Professionals follow-up. Surely you're familiar with Leon Diet Heart, some of the most famous nutrition studies we have out there. So what are the issues with at least those? I'm not expecting you to go into everything I've presented.
Well, we've covered it so far in this very long discussion already. So we all know what the problems are with every single one of these studies. None of them can inform on cause and effect, and risk is a cause and effect statement. So we're done. No other critique is required. It dismisses the offer of evidence as evidence. Okay, that's no longer admissible. What have you got now, Matthew Nagra? Rather than trying to insist that your invalid inference is valid, it still isn't. Does he spend the next 2/3 of this trying to bolster the fact that his data is valid when it still isn't? It's going to be very repetitive if that's what he's doing. Is that what he does? I suspect it is.
Was the thing I didn't prepare for that. I haven't gone through those at the moment, so I couldn't give you a robust description of that.
That's why the debating of science should be left to the scientists. Not a criticism of Anthony Chaffee as a person, as a man, as an individual, or anything else. He is not equipped for this debate. He shouldn't have done it.
The thing is, we're disagreeing on the premise here.
No, we're not.
You're talking about a false premise. You're saying that
I'm not. See, that's
things,
the no. I'm not. You're.
Yes, you are, Matthew Nagra. You are relying on a false premise, absolutely, without question, demonstrably. Just saying I'm not doesn't make it any different. It doesn't affect the fact that you, in fact, are still.
We're assuming that the adaptations lead to the outcome, but we've already established what you care about is the outcome.
Lead to. Okay, well, we're done with it then, aren't we? That's a cause and effect statement. No.
I also do. I don't agree that the adaptation leads to the outcome, and I'm providing counter
Why
evidence.
is that?
No, you're not providing evidence of anything still.
What is your biological premise for that?
Because the health outcome data clearly shows us that this approach is better long term.
And in fact, the opposite.
And in fact, I just want to point out something really quick here. If we go to this, because this is your lecture, right? So this is your lecture from Plants Are Trying to Kill You. If we go down to the references, we see, there's like podcasts, there's some YouTube videos and stuff. But here you say fiber causes colon disease. But when we open it up, it's a cross-sectional study of 2,000 people. Like, why are you using that sort of terminology for really low quality observational research.
Right. Projection. There, if you want to see it, there it is. He's lambasting Anthony Chaffee for doing what he himself is in fact doing. All the while strawmanning Anthony Chaffee, suggesting that he's saying things that he is not saying, and not allowing him to say what he is saying. Have I got that wrong in any way, Nicole? Don't forget the rules on hate speech.
No. No, I just think she needs to cut this off, and it's I'm like frustrated watching this because this should have been cut off like 10 minutes ago, and she's letting this continue, and
Yep.
it's so far off base from the original question 2.
Yep.
An hour into this debate. We're still not even addressing question number 2.
Yeah. Incredible, isn't it?
When you're discounting some of the, the nurses, health professionals follow-up long-term RCTs without actually
They're not randomized crossover trials. Still.
providing a critique.
So, I'm using loose language. I can certainly change that because you're
Yeah,
right.
I would
cause it
Okay, I think
but
that's a good
that
idea.
doesn't really change the fact that there is.
IQ is not a measurement of intelligence, by the way. It's a measurement of how good you are at doing IQ tests. There are people who are very, very good at doing IQ tests who are idiot savants who couldn't make change. Okay? By the way.
2,000 people that found that the only correlation between diverticulosis was increased levels of diverticulosis,
And it was
increased fiber intake and increased bowel motions per
And it was
week.
cross-sectional, right? So it was a snapshot in time. It could be the case that people eating more fiber, people with diverticulosis were eating more fiber to try to treat that. In fact, we have a meta-analysis.
The question is about, can you get adequate nutrition on a plant-based diet? And the answer, it still depends on what you mean by a plant-based diet.
Of prospective cohort studies where you look at fiber intake pre-diverticulosis, and fiber intake actually lowers risk of developing it. So that would be stronger evidence.
Yeah.
You have a
why they
temporal.
would go on. I don't know why they would go
because it's a
on
common recommendation.
A high fiber
It's
diet.
a common
because,
recommendation.
it's actually not. It's actually the exact opposite. When I was doing general surgery,
for diverticulitis.
recommendation is to go on a.
See, this is just a rude little boy. There's no two ways to describe this. There is nothing going on here except a rude, insolent little boy who thinks himself awfully clever, throwing rocks at an esteemed professional surgeon who is out of his depth because his field is surgery, not debating, and not science. Still.
Go on a low residue diet.
For diverticulitis or for ulcerative colitis and Crohn's, yes. For diverticulosis.
And to protect.
That's not true.
They said stay away from seeds and fiber. Well, I'm just telling you from my practice in my hospital.
Go, Lauren. Don't just think about it. Get in there and stop this.
That is absolutely the recommendation.
But just going back to the whole point of that.
No, you failed, Lauren. You failed. See her actually folding her own face up there. Oh, I've missed it. I had an opportunity to get in there and stop this. Do it. Get in there and stop it.
Like you're citing observational. You're claiming. You're correcting yourself. You wouldn't call it causal. That's great.
But your observational work is causal, Matthew Nagra, because you want it to be. Is that what we're saying?
I still have not heard a critique for any of the data I've presented. And
so repeating the same false claim again doesn't change the facts on it. You haven't presented any evidence of cause and effect, of which risk is definitely in the category of cause and effect statements. No two ways about it. Ted agrees.
And it's these are very popular. Surely you come across them all the time. You cited the UK Biobank, which actually showed a reduction in all-cause mortality with higher vegetable
No, it didn't.
Intake, despite claiming it was no effect. I mean, you were talking about cardiovascular.
No, it didn't show that. We covered it at the time, and bringing it up again doesn't change the fact that you were false about it in the first instance.
Kind of. Well, you said no effect on cardiovascular disease, which was sure.
Which is correct. So again, you've just been pulled up on straw manning him again, claiming he said something he didn't again.
But it's just weird to cite that, but not the all-cause mortality result. But at the end of the day, I have not heard a critique, and that's. Well, but what I need to hear ultimately is a critique for.
Nobody cares what Matthew Nagra thinks he needs. Would be the appropriate answer to that.
For any of the research I've
well,
presented.
I told you, if you want to do a critique sometime, we can go through it. I'm not prepared to do a critique at this point in time. I didn't receive your studies or anything like that. I couldn't go through them, and so I don't have a critique.
Yeah, and then
So
that
I'm
was
prepared
obviously
for the
Lauren
debate
was away.
at
So
Right. So once again, this discussion should not have gone ahead at all. The plug should have been pulled because Matthew Nagra should have had to supply Anthony Chaffee with his list of data, his list of studies up front. No studies, no discussion. We're done here.
yeah, that explains that.
Yeah,
But
that's
anyway,
fine. But the thing is that you're asking me to do something that I'm not prepared for, and so obviously that's not something that I can do in a well-reasoned way. The point is that there are other studies. There are studies that go counter to what you're saying. There are studies that suggest that that vegetarians are even less healthy and have a low quality life than meat eaters. There's a study with 100.
Can you cite one, please?
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask you guys both a question as well?
Yeah,
That I'm genuinely just curious about.
Yeah.
Dr. Nagra, have you ever tried a carnivore-based diet?
No.
Dr.
I mean,
Chaffee,
I've eaten a meat-heavy diet, but no, I haven't eaten a carnivore diet specifically.
Okay. And Dr. Chaffee, have you ever tried a vegan-based diet?
I was eating mostly plants before I went carnivore. Yeah, and whole food plants like a lot of spinach and kale and broccoli. Never eat processed foods or sugars or carbs ever. Never ate any of that sort of stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Did you have a lot of meat? Like, I don't know, 100% of your diet?
Not much. No, I limited it. So when I was in Bangladesh doing humanitarian work, it really just wasn't available. There wasn't really much food available, and so I ate what was available. And then when I got back, I was mostly plant-based, just eating predominantly greens like spinach and kale and broccoli. And I would eat some meat, very lean meat, and low amounts of it. And I was doing that for a couple months, didn't feel great at all. And then when I switched and got rid of the plants and started eating more meat and more fatty meat, my health radically changed. And so that's when I got interested in this and started looking more in depth to that. But I've never eaten a processed food diet ever. I was a professional athlete for a number of years. I was always very careful about what went in my body, and that's what I see as well. You certainly see the people going from a processed food diet to this and improving, but you also see people that have been long-term vegans for a while, short or long-term, and having serious health detriment. There's like something like 84% of vegans and vegetarians.
That's not true. That's actually not. No, that's based on Faunalytics.
Maybe you can.
Yeah.
No, so that let me finish my thought.
That's right. Let him finish.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
On.
Yeah. Go ahead.
But and that's fine because the thing is that I haven't really crunched those statistics. Those are statistics that
it's cited often.
So I'm not. Yeah, exactly. And so that's the thing. It's just. But either way, there was that statistic that says 84% was a survey based, and they said basically asked what your main reason for quitting a vegan vegetarian diet was, and the most common response was their health had suffered.
That's not true.
So
yes, it is true. Still.
That was in that study.
Yes, it is true. Still, Matthew Nagra.
In the Faunalytics, it was not.
Yes, it is still true. No amount of saying it's not true makes it untrue. It is still true.
No, it was not in the. So
well,
it was actually.
So that's fine. But either way, what I'm seeing is not a bunch of people leaving a processed food diet and improving. I'm certainly seeing that, but I'm also seeing.
Okay, this fake Matthew Nagra is clearly posting from my channel. Would one of my moderators please eject him? He is not welcome here. He's just a troll. He's not helping. It might be entertaining for some people, but these kind of clowns, you can't feed them. So somebody get rid of them, please. Thank you.
people leaving a whole food plant-based diet and improving when they
If the real Matthew Nagra is watching at any stage and wants to debate me, that happens face to face here on camera. That's where that happens, and you're welcome any day of the week, twice on Sundays.
start adding back in meat. Not even if they go full carnivore, but just adding back in meat significantly helps their health, especially with autoimmune issues. Those can be dramatically improved by getting rid of anything except meat. And I've seen people with Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, rheumatoid arthritis, MS, SLE put these things into remission. Hashimoto's, I have dozens of Hashimoto's patients. They all improve going on a meat-only diet, and a lot of them were plant-based. And so I don't think that it's just getting away from processed foods. There is a benefit to eating meat, and seemingly from reducing other things. And we can get into that when we talk about the whole, plants are trying to kill you thing. But yeah, you were going to say.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, we can look at anecdotes on either side. I mean, we see.
Well, that's what your associative prospective cohort studies are, Matthew Nagra. They're basically anecdotes.
Paul Saladino started introducing plants after he didn't feel so good. Frank Tufano's off the carnivore diet.
Yeah, we've dealt with both of those characters in great detail already, I think.
Disparages the carnivore diet at this point. We have the carnivore kid.
So Frank Tufano's opinion on the carnivore diet is now valid and useful because it suits you, does it?
Had a scan, found out he had a lot of coronary artery block. I can't remember the exact percentage. You look at, for anybody watching this, go to Carnivore Cringe on Instagram and just look through all the posts of people struggling on the carnivore diet. And
as opposed to those people on a vegan diet who don't struggle with anything ever because it's perfect from day one and remains perfect throughout their lives as vegans, does it?
Well, he's also failing to mention the point that these people who have these diseases, they don't just happen within a 12-month time or a 6-month time. A lot of these carnivores who have these issues, the carnivore diet mainstream is relatively new. Mainstream, like meaning all these content creators and all these people trying it out, right? This is all new.
Yeah.
All these diseases and illnesses or whatever happened years, decades. They didn't just happen since these people went carnivore over like 6 months, a year, or even 2 years. These things have been developing over the decades that they've been eating this garbage diet. So, that's just a false statement, or a false comparison that Nagra is bringing up all these people, not taking into account all the years prior to carnivore where these issues likely started.
Yep, absolutely. Let's acknowledge the arrival into the chat of Her Majesty Pym, Queen of the Pirates, and in honor of her visit here today, I think it's time for a little tune. Pim's got here, it's time to sing as much as we want to with our invisible penis. And stick it in Ted's ear. Sing a song with us. It's all about steak and eggs. No singing. Right, welcome. Pim's here, everybody. She's probably not here anymore now. She's like, oh, fuck that, they're singing. I'm gone.
Don't leave me, wifey.
No singing. Susie Underwood says no singing. Lamb says no singing. Pim says indeed. Right, we have our orders. Carry on.
Anecdotes are unreliable. We can point in any direction we want. We can look at Mark Hubb, the researcher from Kansas State University, went on the Twinkie diet. It was Twinkie and sweets, basically, like 80% of his diet.
Oh, so what? So what?
Lost weight, improved biomarkers, felt better. Of course, weight loss is going to help. And it's an elimination diet, just like a carnivore diet could be as well. And just like a plant-based diet could be as well, in either direction. These anecdotes don't tell us a lot. You can't control for other variables. You can't adjust for them properly. That's why looking at prospective cohorts that are well adjusted, like a couple that I've mentioned so far, are beneficial. Now, I do want
no, beneficial is a cause and effect statement. Still, no.
I want to just mention, you said you were bringing up a study about vegetarians doing worse. I was wondering if you can bring that up.
Yep.
Or send it in the chat. Maybe I can pop it open on my end too. Actually, another anecdote that's always a funny one is Freddie Blum was like the oldest person in the world. He actually died a few years ago, at like 120 or something. But he smoked every day. It's like you can find anecdotes for anything. So just not super reliable and don't really tell us much
Well, the
about
thing is
how
that
they would have been.
I'm not talking about individual anecdotes. I'm talking about hundreds of my patients and thousands of people.
I mean,
that
I could say the
I've
same thing,
interacted.
right? Well,
I agree with you
yeah.
that you can improve your health in other ways. I'm not saying the only way is a carnivore diet, but I do think that meat is a very important part of a healthy diet. First and foremost, because you're getting adequate nutrition and you're not reliant on supplements, but also because you're eliminating out because you're eating that and you're getting in calories that are sort of working out other things that maybe aren't so good for you. You're
not getting any calories from food. No.
Very bioavailable protein in perfect proportions, right? So egg is considered a perfect protein because it has all the aminos you need in the right proportions, and that's also very important. And you're also getting fatty acids, which are important. We have essential fatty acids that you have to get that are very difficult to get.
Alpha linolenic and linoleic.
Yeah, well, so ALA, I know in Simon Hill's book, he talks.
What you need actually is DHA, EPA, not ALA as a human being. See, Matthew Nagra doesn't even know that. He also clearly doesn't understand that the ability to convert ALA to EHA, DPA in humans is remarkably low.
About how you can convert ALA into DHA and EPA, but there are plenty of people like Professor Robert Lustig who says, no, you actually can't do that. And so I mean, that's not something I'm wholly versed in, but I'm just to say that there are disagreements in the literature that none of this is like, well, this is the
I don't think we have the perfect study on EPA DHA.
We don't have any studies that can inform us cause and effect on anything as regards health outcomes in human beings as it relates to any aspect of human nutrition still. This is absolutely unchanging. We still don't have anything.
I'll grant that. I don't think we have the perfect study on EPA DHA, at least in populations that don't consume them.
Or anything else.
Yeah, but while you're popping that study up, maybe if I just mention K2 and vitamin A quick.
To what end? Why? For what purpose?
Because you'd mentioned those. So yeah, for vitamin K2, are you familiar with the different types, MK7, MK4?
No, not particularly.
Okay. So MK7 is so we produce both of these in our body. We convert K1. Also, the microbes in our gut produce some. So MK4 is the predominant type in animal foods, in meat, in cheeses, and whatnot. And we actually don't absorb it at dietary doses. So let's pop this open here. So
how is any of this relevant to anything?
At the types of doses we use in our diet, or that we would get in our diet, even consuming a fair amount, we have the MK4 at 420 micrograms. We have MK7 at 420 micrograms. The MK4 that is present in food does not contribute to vitamin K status. It didn't actually increase blood levels. And in order to absorb it, we need very, very high doses that are achieved pretty much exclusively through supplementation.
So do you have a raging K2 deficiency at all, Nicole?
No, I don't believe I have any deficiencies.
Tell you what, all you carnivore meat lovers there in the chat, why don't you all jump on right now and tell us that you have a screaming vitamin K deficiency because you don't eat a bunch of plants. Should we wait for that? Or maybe we should move on to something worthwhile, because this is obviously nonsense again.
MK7, on the other hand, is the type we find in natto, which is fermented soy, and we can actually absorb it from there. Now, it's not an essential nutrient because we do convert K1. Like I said, the microbes in our gut produce some K2.
So therefore, what's the problem?
As well. But this idea that we're getting K2 from meat just doesn't follow because we don't even absorb it at those doses.
That's a straw man again. Did Anthony Chaffee say we get K2 from eating meat? No, he did not at any stage in this debate. Another straw man.
Now, on top of that, just talking about vitamin A really quick. So we look at the conversion of beta carotene to vitamin A. It's just taking a minute to load. We find that Where is it? There's a good figure in here that breaks them all down. Jesus, I don't know why it's so slow. Slow because I got like a million things running right now, probably. Okay, so if we look at like,
Isn't it amazing? He's got all these tabs open with all these sources of literature, none of which establish anything except his ability to control the discussion and make himself out to be the man. Which is funny because looking at the two of them, I think it's clear which one of them is the man. That's just my opinion.
from fruits, green vegetables, let's take sweet potatoes. They're kind of right in the middle. In fact, I will take the most conservative estimate of a 13-to-1 conversion ratio. The conversion can range from about 1 to I think it's 3 or so to like a 1 to 27 roughly. But if we do it'd be a 3 to 1 to like a 27 to 1. If we go with a 13-to-1 ratio, if you have 60% impairment, so most people who have impaired vitamin A synthesis or beta carotene conversion, they have about a 55 to 70% impairment of conversion. To make enough vitamin A, all you'd have to do, if you had 60% impairment, let's say, is to eat literally 1 cup of
Literally 1 cup. Not figuratively, literally.
mashed sweet potatoes in a day. Forget about all the other food you ate, and you've got enough vitamin A. If you had 80%, 70%, being extra generous, we're talking about. It was 80.
What about if you were just going to eat sweet potatoes though and nothing else? Then you'd need to eat 6.5 kilograms to get all the essential amino acids in their minimum recommended amounts.
Sorry, I did the math a little while ago. If you had 80% conversion or impairment of conversion, you're talking about 2 cups of sweet potatoes in a day to meet your needs. It's nothing. It's so easy. And this goes back to the data I showed earlier, looking at actual tissue levels and deficiency.
Tissue levels still don't inform us on clinical vitamin status. They still can only inform on the level of that thing in the blood at that time. Still.
Rates of these nutrients, we don't see higher rates of vitamin A deficiency amongst vegans. And if there was this crazy issue with us converting enough carotenoids, surely we would see huge deficiency rates.
But you clowns can still say vitamin C though whenever you feel like it. Oh dear.
But we don't. So it just doesn't make any sense to make that claim. So
but
K2
aren't those things looking at
what claim exactly? He's just saying it doesn't make any sense to make that claim. What claim is he claiming makes no sense? And who made that claim? Was it Anthony Chaffee that made the claim that supposedly doesn't make any sense? Or was it another straw man?
supplementation as well?
No, so
those things you're talking about, that when everyone had a pretty adequate nutritional status, those were all in people that were supplementing.
For
that
B12,
was your point.
for like B12 and fortified foods through B12, sure.
So but did that study only look at supplementation with B12 and then no other supplements?
No, that particular study didn't. However, even if we look at people who have impairment, and I'll pull up another study if we want to go through it, where people actually have impairment and they're consuming vitamin A from various food sources, plant food sources with very little preformed, when they're consuming beta carotene with very little preformed vitamin A, we see that it actually improves their vitamin A status.
Help. Is anyone else losing brain cells? Let us know in the chat. Are you still alive? Because I think I've gone dumb.
Yeah. Do we want to continue with this? Is there any point at all in continuing?
I mean, this whole section, no, but it's like, this whole section, no, it's stupid. But like right. Lauren, I mean, where's she at? But yeah, I feel like I'm officially dumb. I think I'm officially dumb since we started.
Does this get any better? Is there anything worth hearing beyond this point? The people that have watched this through, do we need to carry on here? Because it's nearly 4 hours that we've been here dealing with ostensibly the same point, which is Matthew Nagra wants to say that his associative data set is causal, and he wants to argue with everything that Anthony Chaffee has not said.
Right.
That's the premise here. What he also wants to do is control the situation, not allow Anthony Chaffee to speak, and do the whole information or misinformation constipation trick.
So we have Drew and Mark both say it doesn't get better. So how about we like just throw the mouse on the on the thing and just like skip ahead and just see where they are, see if it get, because I didn't watch this all the way through, so I have no idea. But this whole section, I seriously think I've gone dumber, because it has nothing to do with the argument. Dr. Nagra just likes to hear himself talk. He asked Anthony a question, won't let him answer the question. Lauren's just sitting there like, this is just a super frustrating conversation. I wouldn't even, like you said, I wouldn't even call this a debate. It's a conversation, because they're not even talking about the questions being asked. Like, they still haven't, Dr. Chaffee still hasn't even addressed the question being asked, because Dr. Nagra keeps asking irrelevant questions and bringing up points that don't matter.
Yeah, cool. So I'm going to skip forward randomly to a point about there, and I don't know why there. Just there it is.
Sean says end suffering. Jeremiah says I'm mitigating my loss of brain cells by making some elk stew for meal prep. Actually, that sounds really good.
Awesome. So I've skipped forward a number of minutes, and yet again here we still have some yet more meaningless data up on the screen which cannot inform on cause and effect, risk, hazard, or anything else. Before we even look at what it is, we know that it cannot, because it's not an experimental piece of work that's being done, because we know that hasn't been done still. Yeah.
Spinach? Like
Yeah.
Look, if they're
One
consuming,
sorrel, that's another one, a rhubarb, yeah.
well, if they're consuming
sorry,
that
yeah.
amount, then clearly,
So now I guess the premise is, do plants want to kill us? Which again was a very, very poor choice of position for Anthony Chaffee to say, unfortunately.
Yeah.
What he should have said was what would be the unassailable position, which is demonstrably we can identify toxic substances in plant materials combined with the anecdotal evidence that people on plant-based diets don't do so well long term. We're happy that that is enough for us to say, well, given that the requirement for plant in the human diet is none, that we could avoid it. And there is really no inference that that's a folly, other than Matthew's theological bank of a theological wank bank, I should call it, of epidemiological nonsense that doesn't inform on risk at all, and doesn't even inform on reality that was observed.
Well, John says he thinks Nagra explodes at the end, so I want to see the explosion.
Right, let's skip forward half of what's left again, just because why not? So about there. Let's see where we're up to now.
And so, that doesn't meet up with the studies, but you know what? A lot of studies have been wrong many times for many reasons.
Right, so studies are wrong often. Good.
And because they just aren't, designed to be perfect. They just can't be. And they have implicit biases for a number of different reasons. And there are different sources like the University of Washington doing a review on hundreds of different cancer studies looking at red meat and processed meat, but in particular unprocessed meat, and they found that the studies were quite poor quality.
Sorry, which paper in particular?
So I think
Which paper in particular? They are all nonsense, Matthew Nagra, every single one of them. Still, not one of the studies that exist anywhere in the body of peer-reviewed literature, anywhere on this planet, informs us on cause and effect, risk, hazard, likelihood, or anything of that nature. Still, the exact same thing I started with is the exact same thing I'll finish with. It's still a fact. There is still no evidence to support Matthew Nagra's positive claim that a plant-based diet is preferable to anything on any basis. Still. But he wants to nitpick every single sentence that comes out of Anthony Chaffee's mouth without letting him actually clarify what he's trying to say, having ambushed him in the first place.
He won't let the poor man he won't let the poor man talk, and
That's it.
Lauren doesn't, like, insert herself as a moderator to tell Matt here to stop interrupting him. It's like
Mm.
the whole thing. But let us know in the chat, does Anthony actually answer the question? Question 2 is, can you get what was it? Can you get complete nutrition from a plant-based diet? Does he ever actually answer that question? If you've seen this all the way through, I'm curious.
Right. Also, you could let us know, was there a question 3? And in which case, what was it? I'm assuming the question 3 was, do plants want to kill us? Which is a stupid question to ask in the first place. The correct question would have been, do plants demonstrably contain toxic substances? Yes, would be the answer to that. She's not the only one suffering, by the way. We're all doing it hard here. It's all,
No.
this is, God.
This is terrible.
I know. Right, let's get this done. There's only a little bit left and we'll get it done, and hopefully we can get off the live stream before we all lose whatever brain cells we had left.
Or get drunk.
At this point, I think what we have to do is agree to disagree.
Oh, good. Well, that's 2.5 hours well spent then, wasn't it? Fuck me.
Holy moly.
Oh, dear. Well, what else can be said? I don't know. Thanks for joining us. Join us next time when someone else will be wrong on the interwebs. Jesus Christ.
Hold on. This was the third time we've heard her open her mouth, I think, for this entire thing. Like, I think this is the third time.
Oh, God. Holy shit. All right.
The reality is that what you guys are both saying is that we have a lot of studies.
Yeah, but none of them inform on the fucking question. Sure, we have a lot of studies. Absolutely. You bet. Piles of studies. So what?
Prove my point or prove others' points. And what we're both saying, all of us are saying, is that also some studies just are bad. And there's just a lot going on there. That's not to fault either one of you for your perspectives or your opinions I
would agree with that. Just, I mean, the same, but the thing is, the same can be applied to smoking.
No. Smoking has nothing to do with nutrition. That's a completely inept analogy. It's inappropriate. Get it the hell out of here. That's got nothing to do with anything. No.
You know, we can look at, there are studies that suggest it is associated with a lower risk of lung cancer, but what we do is...
No, there aren't. There are no studies that inform on risk still. Jesus H. Christ on a bicycle.
On a bicycle.
Oh my God.
I think Bart and I have officially gone insane.
Oh, Jesus. Christ's sake, finish off.
we dive into the methods. Anthony himself, agreed that is the case, and we point out why one study is necessarily better than another. That's what I would do here, and I don't think...
Hang on. Who decides what's a good study and what's a bad study? Wouldn't that be a value judgment statement made by somebody? I.e. an opinion? Where do opinions sit on the so-called hierarchy of evidence in science? Oh, yes, that's right. Fail again.
That's been done on my side. And in fact, if I had, like, let's say I had a...
Just saying you presented the better argument, Matthew, doesn't mean you did. You still didn't. No.
bunch of clients I was working with, obviously this isn't true, but I was having them smoke and they were losing weight. They were reducing their anxiety. They had some mental clarity, so to speak.
Still talking about the smoking analogy, which has nothing to do with anything to do with nutrition. It's nonsense.
Would I be promoting that as a healthy diet? And I'm not, or a healthy thing to do. I'm not saying that that's equivalent. I'm just saying that these anecdotes, we're not following people for 50 years. You haven't been in practice that long, neither have I. What is ultimately being suggested here is that, oh yeah, these swaps in the context of a less healthy diet, you swap meat for plants is beneficial, but all...
No, still no. Repeating the same lie again does not make it correct. It's still a lie. That study does not talk about benefit, because benefit is a cause and effect statement. Sorry, no.
All of a sudden, if you go to all meat, it's beneficial versus...
No, beneficial, no, unacceptable. That would require cause and effect evidence. It doesn't exist still, no.
versus that swap slightly towards more plants, it doesn't
No, it doesn't.
make any sense. That you're talking about a curve that goes like this or something, or actually the other way.
But what that
Hang on, what?
It goes like something like this.
Yeah.
Or like this.
Yeah. Look at the look on Lauren's face at this point. She's like,
She's stoned.
she's like, I'm never hosting one of these debates again.
Was it a debate though?
No, it wasn't. And I would agree, Lauren, I don't think you should. Okay. I love you, Lauren. You're great. As far as I've seen, I haven't watched much of your
Cover your
videos on-
ears, Pim. Cover your ears.
Yeah. Why am I going to sing? Or is it just because I'm saying I love Lauren?
Yeah, cover your ears. Earmuffs.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't watched much of Lauren's stuff.
Well,
At
you're
all.
seeing her now.
There you go. Well, I'm not impressed with what I've seen so far in terms of how she's handled herself in this video.
that suggests is, again, experiment is what trumps all.
Ta-da! Experiments is what we're looking for. Have you got any experiments, Matthew Nagra? Still no? Okay, good.
If it doesn't agree with the experiment, it's wrong. And so I haven't gone through that study you're referencing, so I don't know, the specific sort of, ins and outs of it. So I can't critique it at the moment. But what I can tell you is that if you are doing something and it gets the exact opposite results of what any study suggests, then that study is wrong. Or there's some sort of flaw in it.
If I put people on smoking,
Oh my
but if I
god.
told people to start
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Why just let him talk for like 1 minute? Just stop. Your voice is annoying. It's high pitched. It's hurting my ear holes. Just let's let Dr. Chaffee talk.
We're nearly there. We're nearly there. You can do it.
smoking and they lost weight, they felt better, they had mental clarity, is that a good thing?
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying.
No, I know
I'm
that's
saying
not what you're
So again, asking an irrelevant question, which is hypothetical and has nothing to do with the situation at hand, and then demanding that he answer the question that he's asked, which has no bearing on anything and is not of no value. To which Anthony Chaffee should say, "Fuck right off, Matthew Nagra. I am not engaging with your fucking nonsense, not 1 second more. Have you got a fucking experiment that establishes fucking cause and fucking effect? Still no? Great, we're done here. You lose. Still.
saying. I'm saying that.
Rheumatoid arthritis and MS.
Okay, so
and,
here, no, this is good.
So I'm gonna
Wait, but this is really good. Parkinson's disease, ulcerative.
Oh, holy hell. Like now all three of them. What is happening? Oh shit.
Colitis, smoking actually helps in those cases. So if I put someone on, someone started smoking,
it's literally everything. It's
Yeah.
literally everything.
you
And
can't
I have
make that
patients
claim.
whose CAC score goes down after a year of being on a carnivore diet. And I have patients whose insulin resistance goes down and their leptin goes down and their
But
CRP
see,
goes
these are just
down.
I
and
can
all
say
of their
the
other
same thing about a
biomarkers
vegan diet. I can say the exact same thing about a vegan diet.
But what I'm saying is that when you put someone on an exclusively meat diet, they get better. So your study that says
Well, compared to
support-
garbage, maybe. Compared to garbage, maybe.
No. I'm talking about people that were doing whole food, plant-based diet and attempting to be healthy.
SWV
and they
audio
were not.
capture
You
not
are
What if I?
assuming-
No.
you're
I,
assuming that the only people improving are the ones that are coming from a processed food diet. That is not the case.
Okay. So I have a button on my soundboard that summarizes this section right here. Oh, not that one. Hold on. No. I think that about covers it, as well as I think that about covers this section right
Yeah.
here.
Yes, and that last one will be a sound much more familiar to the vegans than indeed to the rest of us.
Yeah, I think this is the explosion the chat was talking about.
Right, yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah.
Shall we?
Oh,
Ted's looking forward to the explosion to see what explodes, what comes out of it.
Case there is thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people who are coming from a plant-based diet, a whole food diet, or a whole food omnivorous diet that are seeing massive improvements in their health. It is not just a processed food diet going to a carnivore diet. That does exist.
And
that's not
we're seeing harm as well. We're seeing a lot of harm as well. Carnivore cringe, like I said, anyone look
We are not seeing harm being done by a carnivore diet. No, we are not. That is a lie. Harm is a cause and effect statement, just as benefit is. So even if there were anecdotes, convincing anecdotes of harm, which there aren't being done, that still wouldn't be proof that harm is being done, because harm is a cause and effect statement.
Up on Instagram, I've had people message me. I've had people message me.
Anecdotes, though. I've had people message me too. Quite a few of them over the years, Nicole. I bet you're starting to get one or two people messaging you too. All sorts of intelligentsia, people who know far more than you do about everything. There are, every second commenter on my channel knows more about this than I do.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I have clients who tell me that they're reversing diabetes following a low carb diet, but I guess that's not true, because there's no, I didn't put out a study proving that.
No.
Saying, hey, I tried carnivore, was terrible. I went, vegan, better than I've ever been. We can play the anecdote game back and forth.
Yeah, but that's what you're doing with your studies, Matthew. Still, they're still anecdotes. They're not scientifically rigorous determinations of cause and effect. Still, so it's hypocritical and it's projection. Still,
what matters is when we actually look at,
you fix it, like you said, Akiku, you don't count that they didn't do your style of vegan diet.
They did it wrong. They never really were a vegan. They did it wrong. Yeah. Good.
Fine. I have a lot of.
We're not much like that in the carnivore community, except what I will say is that there are ways to do carnivore wrong. Absolutely. And 400 grams of carbohydrates every day, Paul Saladino, is wrong.
Yeah, and I think on the vegan diet, I think doing it wrong is not eating enough beans and rice.
Yes, beans and rice, and beans. That's what you should have for breakfast.
People who message me as well and saying they are having problems, and I work with them and I troubleshoot for them, and then they improve and they get better. I have yet to see someone come to me with problems and not be able to figure it out with them, not a single time.
And we can play the anecdote game back and forth. It doesn't tell us anything. These aren't verified.
Neither do the studies you've presented today, Matthew Nagra, in this debate situation. None of them establish anything at all.
An anecdote game.
No, but
this
is
real life. This is experiment.
And anecdotes. They are anecdotes, but they are actually by definition anecdotes.
That's so are the self-reported people responding to a survey about what they've been eating for their whole life, even though they can't remember what they might have had for breakfast last Tuesday. Not an anecdote.
And they're lying about what they ate.
Oh, of course they are.
Yeah.
Of course they are. Yeah.
I didn't have 10 cookies. I had 1.
Yeah. Yep, go on. Nicole?
Oh, I just said, like, they're just lying. I said they would be like, I didn't have 10 cookies. I had 1.
That's right. Yep. When does this finish? In another 7 minutes.
The plural of anecdote is data. And when you are dealing with patients on the ground, and this is what you're seeing, and it's going against recommendations.
Hypothetically again, let's go with hypothetically, because,
Okay, so
hypothetically, if I told people to start smoking, but no.
So we're still on smoking, are we? We're still hanging on the smoking idea. Yeah, invalid the first time you said it, and the second, third, fourth, and fifth, and now you've said it about 6 times. It's still not valid. It's still a completely inept analogy for anything to do with nutrition.
I think this is her account. I think they're on Google Meets. And if I've only used Google Meets once, like, why can't she just mute him? Like, if she's the host, she's trying to insert, he won't let her talk either. I would just mute his ass.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
What I think we should do is probably wrap it here, and then we can have a follow-up from this that y'all can follow up on.
Okay.
Individually. And this could go on forever and ever.
Oh, please don't.
But it's going to, though, isn't it? Whether it's a discussion between these 2 individuals or another 2 individuals or any 2 groups or whatever, this will continue ad infinitum, precisely because we don't have the data to settle it so people will hold their opinions. Does that make sense? That's my whole point. We don't have the fucking data. We're done. This is people's opinions, which are worth nothing.
Right? Which I would love it to, but we can't. I think if that is cool with you guys, why don't we just agree to disagree there on some of those points? But I think also, I do really think that the commonality is that we know processed food sucks. We know that. We know that a lot of data out there is flawed. We know that there's a lot of data out there that's good. We also know that what everybody's doing right now doesn't work, right? So the thing that both of you guys are doing is trying to help people and trying to help people be better because you found something that worked for you, right? And so why would you not share that with other people? And you also found that it works for however many other people.
Okay, so now she's being reconciliatory and summarizing and stuff. I think we're really done. I think that's the crux of what this was about. This was about Matthew Nagra strawmanning, lying, and accusing Anthony Chaffee of saying things that he hadn't said, using obstructive misdirect technique to retain control of the discussion and not allow anybody else to get anything across, and to project, to criticize his opponent for having actually not said things that he's claiming that he said, despite the fact that what he's saying, antithetical to what he's proposing Anthony said, is actually suffering from the exact same foibles, flaws, and ridiculousness.
Yeah,
think.
Nagra just took the approach, whoever talks the most and the loudest wins, because he
Right.
just wouldn't shut the hell up this
Yeah, so-
entire debate.
Yeah, so all I can suggest is that Matthew Nagra should absolutely come and try that with me and see how far he gets with it. See how that works out for him.
How do you think Dr. Chaffee did? We already know how Lauren did.
Yeah.
She spoke like 4 times.
I think Anthony Chaffee did well in terms of keeping his cool, not reacting emotionally to a situation that had gotten out of hand completely and wasn't being controlled by the person who was supposed to be controlling it. I think he made quite a good number of really quick, pithy, sharp, absolute debunkments of what Matthew Nagra said. And they were like water off a duck's back, because that's how these characters work. They just repeat the same lie they've just repeated. Even though the lie they've just said has been debunked, pithy, short, quick, there you go, it's done. Ignore the fact that you've just been smashed and say the same stupid thing again.
In a
basically.
different way.
Yeah, or even in exactly the same way.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be different. So anyway, I think that's the state of the economy, the price of fish in China. That's how it is. That's what we got out of that, which was nothing. As I say, I suggest next time there's going to be a debate in the community between carnivores and vegans. I think we know who it is that should take the vegan side and be the person who is the combatant. And I think we should all get on board with that. That's just my opinion. That being said, I'd like to close off, I think, because that's well and truly long enough, at 4 hours, 7 minutes and 14 seconds so far. Of course, though, it wouldn't be a full live stream if we did not conclude with the singing of the national anthem, which goes a little bit something like this. Steak and eggs and eggs and steak. That's what you should have for your breakfast. Delicious. Eggs and steak and eggs. Just making sure you heard. We got it. Thank you very much for being here. Join us next time when someone will be wrong on the interwebs. It's been a real pleasure. Hit the button, Nicole. Thanks for being here, everybody. See you next time. Ciao.
Bye, all.
Bye. No singing.